Hello, everyone.
Howdy,
Lord,
howdy.
we got a full house going on down here. All right. Well, a few new ones too. Belinda Me. Hello, welcome. Strong Warrior. Joel. There's a whole lot of name with that. I'm just going to call you Joel. Um, the Joe Fo Show. I love that. Elmo. Are you the Tickle Me Elmo? I'm just curious. Let's see. Who else we got? And by the way, thank you to Elmo and Joel for getting a membership. Greatly appreciated. The membership link is pinned if you guys are interested in joining the memberships. We've started doing a little more content over there. Baby Girl, Planty, Quad, and Rebrand, and Bubbles, Boston. Hi, Ozzy. Inside the Purple Purse, my friend. Lord, I'm afraid I'm going to miss somebody because it is jumping. Ellen Dragon! Oh my God, you finally made it. I have missed you, girl. So missed you. I hope you're doing good. She's been so mad, Kendall. She's missed the last couple lives. Hi, Cece. Alrighty, so, well, before we get started, y'all make sure y'all give it a thumbs up. For the lurkers that are watching, just, you don't have to like it. You don't have to talk. Just make sure you go click the thumbs up over there. It's greatly appreciated. And the next membership live, I'm going to do Jack the Ripper because y'all sent me information y'all want to talk about. So members ask, members receive. Can you check your email real quick, please? Yes, ma'am. Hold on. Let me open up my email. Do.
I don't know a lot about that game.
Okay. Rebrand, I'm going to message you back. Make sure that's what you're talking about before I do it. That's a very good idea. Oh. Rebrand asked how you're doing, Kendall.
I'm good. I'm just tired. I'm just here for support. Not that she needs any. She's got it.
There's going to be two parts to this. Like, we're going to talk about one part first because I want to get her out of the way because she's just trying to make herself significant, and I'm going to address it. And I have my screenshots to show some things. In that way, those that don't really want to get into too much but may want to see that part can rewind to that or go back to that, or they don't have to watch the whole thing and they can see those screenshots and see what I'm talking about. And then we'll get into fancy. And I'm in a whole fuck around and find out kind of mood, guys. And if you don't like the F-bomb, I am just going to apologize now because it gets said and it gets said often. So, wait to see, because I was going to bring Dawn up, the cutting board.
Stop, baby.
Huh?
Johnny's trying to get my lap.
Oh. Inside the Purple Purse, went to Alcatraz Museum in Pigeon Forge for my day, and only major missing was Ed Seeing. I know I can't.
Wait, do you live somewhere close to Pigeon Forge? Like, I'm in Pigeon Forge. I live in Pigeon Forge. That's a cool museum, though.
I'd like to see that. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I mean, we lived in Clarksville for a couple years when Dave was at Fort Campbell, but we never, I mean, back then, Lord, we were on military money. We didn't make shit. Hi, 1980. I tell you what, 1980 and Dawn, the cutting board. Some of this is going to pertain to you two when I get to the fancy BS. And so if you two would like to come up, here you go. I'm waiting to see what Bree. Okay, hold on. Okay, so if my mods would like, I can add y'all to the backstage of StreamYard where y'all can communicate if y'all think y'all need to. Rebrand, and that's the link if y'all want to come on back. I just won't add y'all to the stage unless you just absolutely need to be the stage, because there is a private chat that y'all can chat in where you can tell me what you need to say.
I always wondered what that other button was.
Huh?
I always wondered what that other button was.
Yeah, that's
Just
the
that
backstage.
button.
Hi, girl. How are you?
Hey, JoJo.
You're muted, 1980.
Sorry about that. Good. How are you?
Doing good. I've had a busy day. I've been messing. I got chickens for Valentine's, y'all. My husband said go buy whatever I wanted for Valentine's Day, and so I went and bought chickens.
Why is that not surprising?
I got
Like
more
you,
silkies, and so I spent the day getting pins ready. So I'm exhausted.
like you
Aw.
need another chicken.
But they're cute, Kendall.
They're precious, but chicken math is a disease.
It is. It really
Chicken
is.
math is real, and it's a disease.
Yes, it is, and it doesn't math appropriately. Like you say you're going to the store to get 2, and you come home with 10. I mean, I went when I picked up the babies the other day. I was going to go pick up 4. I got home with 7, and I already had 8 that I had gotten the other day. And then today, when I went and picked up these adults, she's like, "Well, if you want these other 2 boys, you can have them." I'm like, "Sold. I'll take them because I'll turn around and sell them. They'll pay for what I just paid. What I just bought."
Is that the Saramas you were talking about?
No, they're silkies. I'm gonna find me some
Okay.
Saramas because they're too freaking adorable.
You need to get a real bloodline breeder, or they'll say some kind
Yeah,
of
that's what I'm gonna
crossbreed.
look into them really good.
Yeah. Like I said, I paid $100 for 13 eggs because the real bloodline's hard to.
Yeah.
Select.
Hi, Mama Brown. Trying to make sure I don't miss anybody that's coming in, guys. Dawn, welcome, honey. This is her second live. She doesn't like lives because she gets nervous.
I don't like them. That's why there's a cute little kitten in my profile.
Oh, Bubbles got a hedgehog. I'd like to have a hedgehog, but my dogs would
Ooh, a
eat it. Let's
hedgehog.
just face it.
That sounds cool.
Yeah,
I'll take my poodles.
I'm a little farm girl. Like I want all the things. Want all the things. But if Sam tries to eat me again, me and him's gonna have some issues. Sam is my goose, my male goose, who is protecting babies, and he bit me on the ass a while ago.
Aww.
Well, one of the babies went over and run the little smaller chickens off their food, and they have a bowl of food. So I picked him up, and he was squawking and screaming like I was killing him. And sure enough, I looked up, happened to turn around right as the time he was grabbing me on the ass. I was like, "Sam, we ain't gonna have a discussion."
Sam needs his own TikTok page.
He
He's
does.
a character and a half.
I need to just make Sam and Dean their own TikTok page and just put funny shit up with them too, because they're a mess.
Always into something.
Dad and I threatened to I threatened to cook my guineas the other day because they won't shut up. I always thought it was cute because I didn't have guineas, and I'm like, "Oh, they're so adorable. Y'all are just crazy." And no, mine are driving me nuts.
Oh, my grandpa had them. When you listen to it day in and day out, it's the most annoying thing.
It is. And the female gets at my back door because I have a sliding glass back door, and she gets right there and just
Yeah.
for hours. And I'm like, "Oh my god."
Guineas are
I
real
always
good
like
though
having
for
rainbow.
kids.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kendall.
Guineas are real good, especially you live in the mountains like I do for ticks, because they're real good to keep ticks down.
Yeah.
I always liked having the rainbow Banny hens because they would lay pastel eggs. It was just a fun thing.
I had a chicken that was black.
I buy my chickens according to what egg color they lay.
Yes.
I forget the type of chicken that it's got black bones, black skin, and it lays black
Arum
eggs.
Sermanis. The Arum Sermanis.
Oh yeah,
I
those
bet
are
they're outrageous. Though.
I almost bought some the other day, and I was so proud of myself, and I'm using this when Dave comes home for the attaboy, because it's when I show him the ones I bought, I can say, but I almost came home with these and I chose not to. So, because I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet. So I didn't come home with the expensive ones.
How much are those to get the real bloodline?
His babies were 20 a piece.
Yeah,
Straight run. And that's
that's
so I don't know if I was getting all roosters or what.
right. And that's probably on the cheap side of them.
Yeah, I was very much so. So, one thing I'm going to show, and this might not pertain to you too much, but I want to get this out of the way before I go into the bullshit that has become April Johns again. Because the other night on your live, Millennial, Sarah threw me out there again and saying that she never struck my channel. So I've never said she struck my channel. What I said was that she wanted to get the video down and strike my channel. And I'm going to show that conversation. And in that conversation with Veda Jade, she deletes messages. So when she goes on and says that A is the one that always deletes messages, Veda proves where she deleted the messages. And Veda's working on a whole live for that. So I'm not going to take all of that content, but I'm going to show those screenshots.
I'm on a live.
I'm
I'm sorry, I was talking to my husband.
You're fine. That's
Right.
my house. I'm live. Shh.
Hey, Brandy, did
Sarah
Sarah say that when I briefly had her up or just in chat?
Yes, she said it on when she was up, and then she was saying more in the comments, or
Oh, okay,
like
I guess
after the fact, maybe. I think
I
it
guess
was.
I missed that. Gotcha.
And
Wait,
there was a
Brandy,
lot
she's
going on.
saying
Huh?
Sarah's saying that she didn't try to ask.
She's saying flat out, I'm lying. She never struck my channel because that she didn't know how, and there would be proof because there is proof when
Well,
somebody.
that was the point, that she went
wanted
to
it.
Veda to ask how to strike
Right.
her channel.
Right.
We
And
never
that
said
was
she
what I've
struck her
always
channel.
said. No, I didn't have a copyright. She didn't strike my channel, but she wanted
Yeah.
to. And that was the whole point.
And she tried saying that Veda is trying to twist it and say that she was trying to take the hotel video down, but
and it's
the
very
text
clear what she
messages,
says.
yeah, the text message very much proves she
And then
was
and
upset.
one other thing that she said on your live, and I'm not going to get into this a whole lot because there's going to be a different time for this, I guess. But because this is not quite my story, but she says that she convinced Colleen to leave. That's a flat out lie.
I got to be
I
real.
don't
I
know.
wasn't paying a super lot of attention. Her audio was bad, and I think I made it clear in my last video. I just don't fully trust Sarah. Other people that I am friends with and dearly love do trust Sarah, and that's fine. That's their choice. I just don't.
Right. And that's how you two and I, when I have talked to both of y'all have said the same thing. And
Yeah.
and so but for me, I want this out there, and that way if Toddy wants to see that and see what I'm talking about, because I mean, Rez was even trying to spin some stuff the other night on Toddy's live and about why am I all of a sudden popping back up, and it was kind of suspicious I was in Ryan's live. I watch a lot of stuff. I just don't comment. For one thing, I don't go get in all the gypsy content because I just don't care. And I've been over in Cromwellville going into all that mess, which is a whole nother shit show that really makes April look tame. It seriously does. And so I just haven't even been in this universe, but the emails and all of this concerned me because I was there. And so that's why I've come out with things. But let me show these real quick. And I might miss comments, guys. Oh, did I? Hold on. It disappeared on me. I forget that I have to minimize my screen when I want to share what's on the computer because a Mac wants to be complicated. Okay, so which one is first? Let's see. What is that timestamp? Okay, so it is going to be this one first. Okay, so this is a conversation between Veda Jade and Sarah. And what she's got is on the left, she has got their messages, and on the right over here, she's got where Sarah unsent it. But on the left, you can see what part was there that was unsent. And so let me kind of pull it up. It's kind of small and hard to see. But it says, this very first one up on top, it says the only thing that everyone wanted to talk about was the stupid ass money donations. I had zero control over the money and anything else for that matter. I don't feel like Brandy or Kendall protected me like they promised to. I didn't lie
That's
about
right.
one damn thing, but everyone is twisting everything I said around. How can I get the video pulled down? And Veda says, "Oh, girl, it's too late now. Everyone has seen it." And so Veda's thinking she's talking about the hotel video that had come out that day as well. And she's like, "I want the YouTube video." And so over here on the right, you can see it says Sarah unsent a message. So she unsent up here on the left this part about wanting it gone. I want that video down. No, wait, that part is there. What part did she pull? Hold on. Oh, all this first message is what she took. Because it says, I felt like I was never able to tell my side of the story or tell people why I pulled the video, the book, pulled out of the book, left Fancy and GWN. We talked for 4.5 hours. Because she wanted to go on about stupid shit. So in these messages on the left, where the messages were, on the right is where it shows she unsent them. And let's see, which part is it? So let me go to
When I confronted her on it, she told me, and I've got all this. She told me, she said, "Oh," she tried to blame it on Veda. She said, "I see what Veda's trying to do. She's trying to make it sound like it was that video I did with you and Brandy, but I was really talking about the hotel." And I said, "I've got the proof." She did not know that we had the part she deleted too.
Right. She just sent us where she
got ahead of it.
her messages and not. And then so
And I kept saying, "I have it all, Sarah." And because her deflection game is, I've never met anyone that can deflect like her, ever. And she just wouldn't come off of that. It was the hotel video she was talking about. And I just gave up at that point. I done seen what she was. Done caught her in too many lies, or some weren't lies. You could tell it was twisted. Some were just flat out lies. And I was just ready to be done at that point. And I'm going to say this, and then I'm just going to let you have it, Brandy.
Okay.
But Sarah, you need to keep Colleen's name out of your mouth, period. And you and I won't have any problem. If you keep lying about the situation with Colleen, I'm going to bring it all out. Because I don't care who you're friends with. I'm glad you got support. But leave her out of it, because you know what you're saying is a flat out lie, and you know I can prove it. You know that me and you already had words of you going around saying that back when we were talking, and you said you didn't say it then. Now you're saying it again. So go on, do whatever you want to do. Say what you want to say, because I don't even care who you're friends with. I don't even care at this point if they see what you are. They deserve what they get. But leave Colleen out of it. She's out of the picture. She's out of the drama. She's not bothering nobody. That's all I got to say. All right, I'm done.
And I'm not going to play with her on that. Leave Colleen alone. Colleen cannot handle your bullshit. So what this shows is she removed where she says, "I want the YouTube video," and over here, I meant the YouTube. It's so hard to read because it's that weird script. I meant the YouTube video, because Veda's like, you can't get the one's already out there. Everybody has seen it. So she's clarifying, no, the YouTube video, the one she's on. And so Veda had a whole conversation with her, and Veda is going to address this and give her side of this on what all happened. Um, but that is what I am talking about when I say she wanted to come after my channel. Not that she was that she ever struck it, but that she wanted to. And that to me is what that says, because she deleted the messages. Little Miss Dirty Deleter over there.
Yeah, because she kept trying to tell me, Kendall, I don't even know how to do that. That's the point. She went to Veda and asked how to do it.
Oh, that makes sense now.
Okay, so I was hoping it would when I kind of showed some of that.
Yeah.
But she'll still lie. She'll still lie. Even though she knows you've seen the proof now, she'll still deflect.
I'm catching up on chat real quick because some came in. Hi, Laura. Laura, if you would like to come up, because you always have some fun stuff to say. I like talking to her.
I love her.
Yes, Bunny Rose is.
Rebrand's comment there. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry, where at?
Rebrand said Sarah got screwed by April, but forgot that she doesn't live in a glass house when she tried to go on her Pity Me tour. Okay.
And
oh,
look,
yeah, she definitely got screwed. She definitely got screwed by Fancy. Nobody will ever. Me and Brandy will never say that any different than that.
Yeah.
She just didn't have to lie, and I fell for it and kept going to people saying, just give her a chance. She's got a sweetheart. She's got a sweet spirit about it. I don't know how many times me and Brandy had words, and Brandy would be like, I don't trust her. I don't trust her. And I'd be like, I've seen under the shit she did when she was with Fancy. I've seen under that. There's a sweetheart there. If you just give her a chance. And everyone kept warning me, and I kept giving her chances and chances. And I wasn't easy on Sarah. If she doesn't stop with the calling thing and I have to start bringing text messages out, which I don't like to do that, and I don't want to do that. But you'll see there was so many times that I was really hard on her because she had sat with Fancy and had done some really nasty things. But I also knew she was going through some really tough stuff with her physical health, plus the fear that, Fancy was going to come after her, and I fell for it. I mean, I sat for hours and hours having conversations with her. And I fell for it. So I can understand why other people are too. The only difference is we have the proof. Like, she's trying to spin this laptop thing to be about the one she bought, when the problem was the one that she tried to get the girl to get her. It's like she's still spinning stuff, and me and Brandy see it and tried to warn people, but they're clouded now by hate for Fancy, so they're going to gobble up everything that Sarah has to say. And I don't even care. I really don't. I know I sound like I don't. I do, but I really don't. Just when I was made aware of the calling stuff,
I kind of feel like for me.
Else.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kendall. I kind of feel like for me, if Sarah, after reading all the text messages between her and A, that if Sarah would say, look, I was in a bad place, I was sick, and she was offering to, saying she felt led by God to help the network, and I thought I could get a laptop, that was wrong, and I shouldn't have done it. I could see giving her grace, but I just see excuses.
Right.
When we have the messages.
Just come out and say, look, I shouldn't have done it. You're right. That was way out of line, and I'm sorry, and move on.
There's another side of it though, of which like I said, if I have to start bringing text messages out, I will. But there's another side of her telling me before Ryan and Fancy went and showed that side of the text messages, right? There's a whole long conversation that me and her talked about so many times. And she kept trying to tell me that her conversation with A was, please don't do this for Fancy. You don't have to do this, honey. Please don't do it. And I was pissed at Fancy because she did take something so big from this young lady and still took money and is still taking money. And I was like, for me to be able to defend you, send me the messages where you're telling this young lady, don't do this. You don't have to give her money. And she would say, okay, I will, I'll find it. And I never got nothing. So then I go and defend her over it without the proof to defend her. And that's what we got slapped with, was the proof that she helped the young girl pick out the laptop for fancy and kind of promoted it and then tried to get one for herself. And nowhere ever did we ever see her tell that young girl, no, please don't do that. Please don't. Don't spend your money, honey. You know, and I have all of that of her telling me one story. So there's even more than what y'all
Yeah,
read.
I think I saw the first message in maybe the very first where she said something like, "Oh wow, you don't have to do that." But then Alicia, or I'm sorry, A said something like, "I'm feeling led," and then after that, it just seemed like she went all in. So I don't know. It just
It's
that's how
very
I feel. I'm not buying. I'm not buying what's being sold at the moment.
And then she just tries to get herself one too.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's really all I had about the Sarah situation because I don't want her to be able to play victim. So that's just clearing up what I said, and she can quit saying I said she struck my channel. No, she wanted to. Big difference. She went to Veda Jade to get Veda Jade to help her, and Veda Jade can tell that, and she will. And when she gets ready to do that live, I'll make sure I share it out so everybody knows, because she's pretty pissed off right now. She's pretty pissed. So this morning, yesterday, 1980 had her live, and I don't know how many of y'all had watched it. And they were talking about the copyright strikes that April. By the way, Kendall, I didn't tell you this day. I decided today she don't deserve to have her pseudonym of Fancy be used. She's not acting like somebody that goes by the name of Fancy. She's acting like an April, so I'm going to call her April.
That's your decision. You can do
Now
that
I'm being petty. Yes, I'm being petty. People can say I'm being petty. I give two fucks. And I had told Millennial yesterday, I think she is trying to get y'all's information because she hasn't struck my video because she has my information. And Millennial said that last night. And sure enough, I woke up today to a copyright strike or an attempt of a copyright strike. And YouTube said, not happening. And so this is the email that I got from them. And it says, thank you for requesting. Oh, wait, go up. Hold on. So up here, it says, we received the copyright infringement notification below regarding your video or videos. We believe your content is protected by fair use, fair dealing, or similar exception to copyright protection. We are writing to let you know we do not plan to remove your video or videos at this time. You have control over the availability of the videos on your channel, including the ability to delete it if you choose. And there's the link to the video, and it says, please be advised, it is possible the copyright owner will approach you directly to request removal or take other actions. Going to pause real quick. April, go ahead and request. It ain't happening. Now, okay, back to the email. This email is not intended as legal advice. If you are interested in more information regarding your option in this matter, you may wish to consult a qualified attorney. Please note the complaints, physical address, and phone number have been redacted from the copyright infringement notification below. And it says, copyright infringement notification confirmation. Thank you for submitting the copyright takedown request. Your request will be reviewed to make sure it's a valid and includes all required elements. If you request, you have, guys, I'll get to chat in just a minute because I can't see chat. I seen it move real quick. If you request, you have asked that we remove the video and prevent any copies from being uploaded in the future. We'll reply to this email when we have taken action on your request. To check the status of your takedown request, go to here in your YouTube Studio copyright page. From here, you can also turn on the prevent copies feature. This is a feature that makes best efforts to prevent copies of the videos you have asked us to remove from being re-uploaded to YouTube. Keep in mind that this feature should only be selected when you have exclusive worldwide rights to the... Raina, why are you being a diva right now? I'm allowed to talk on the internet. Worldwide, there we go, rights to the content specified in your takedown request. Here's the information you gave us. Copyright owner name, Company name, if applicable, April Johns. Your full legal name, aliases, usernames, or initials not accepted, April Johns. Your title or job position. What is your authority to make this complaint? Self. Username, Murder by Design. I didn't think she was going by that anymore, but okay. But I do find it funny that she's saying this stuff is owned by the company, and that's why we're, that little thing she did today about the cease and desist. These are all owned by the company, and so we're not allowed to use them. But she's saying here that April Johns is the owner, not the Goodwives Network. So there's that. There's the email address by proxy series at Gmail, secondary email address tipsofgoodwives@gmail.com. URL of allegedly intriguing video. There's the URL to my video. Describe the work allegedly infringed. My video. That's all she says, my video. Source of video. There's, I guess, a link to that. Type of video, live stream. Where does the content appear? She says entire video. Entire video is what she claims is the thing.
That's what she said on mine too.
It's literally, 45 seconds to a minute of total content. Get the fuck out of here. Transfer copyright applies U.S. I state under penalty of perjury that I am the owner and the agent authorized to act on behalf of the owner and the exclusive right that is allegedly infringed. I have a good faith belief that the use of the material in the manner complained of is not authorized by the copyright owner, its agent, or the law. And hold on, I got to pause on this second. That sentence right there, y'all, the very first copyright strike she did on me, she gave me to put up and then she copyrighted it. I actually forgot it was up because I didn't want any of her stuff on my channel anyways. I had forgotten about it. All she'd had to do was say, can you take it down? And I'd have taken it down because I didn't want anything to do with her. So, but it says right here, which is why they put it back up, that she didn't give it to me or give me any permission to use it. And I showed them where she did. So there's that. Sorry. Side journey. This notification is accurate. I acknowledge the under section 512, whatever that number is, because letter is I can't read it. The DMCA, any person who knowingly materially misrepresents the material or activity infringing may be subject to liability and damages. I understand the abuse of this tool will result in termination of my YouTube channel. Authorized signature, April Johns. The YouTube team. Hi, Murder by Design. Thank you for your removal request. We reviewed your request and need some more information from you before we can proceed. Please read the entire email carefully for a complete update for each video's status. Add video details, actions needed. We are concerned that your copyright notification may not be valid for the videos listed below. Please keep in mind that in many countries, it is illegal to use copyright works in specific ways without the owner's authorization. Not in the United States, particularly for transformation purposes such as news, reporting, parody, commentary, and or review. I added and, sorry, it was just or. Some countries protect the users under doctrines of fair use and fair dealing, while others allow specific exceptions of copyright protection. And then there's a little thing here for her to go read what she's allowed to do. If you still believe your copyright is infringed by the YouTube video identified below, please explain in detail why you think so. We ask that you provide more details that was included in your initial notice. Here are questions you may wish to consider. How much of your copyright work is used? How is the market for your original work affected by the use? Does this use significantly transform your original work? I did not say that word right. Significantly transform your original work, or does it serve the same purpose? Does this use fall into an exception to copyright protection? Please note that we may share your response with the uploader. Video in question, the live stream, title of the live, let's dish about Nick and by proxy. Content found in entire video. Okay. Thank you for requesting additional information. I wish I could do her voice because I would so go there right now. I filed multiple reports over the last few days. They are all connected. These people are a hive and they bully, stalk, and harass people daily. This is another connection to Sore Morbid X, a.k.a. Jimmerman. I'm not connected to Morbid. I have never been in his lives. I have never been on a panel. I have never had a conversation with the man. Kiss off. The video in this played from 1 minute 33 seconds to 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Then she shows my private text with others from 10:12. She defames me, shares my personal info, and uses my video. I didn't share your personal info. I mean, I can. I have some personal info.
What
Out. So it says
all the record. Are you talking about all the recorded phone calls you have?
yes, I've got some recorded phone calls. They're gonna be broadcast through. Let's see. Hold
What
on.
does she do to Gypsy and Christy every freaking day she goes on? If she's striking yours for those reasons, what is she doing to them?
Right. Well, I mean, just yesterday she doxed a woman claiming it was Becca Scoops and it wasn't Becca. Like,
What?
and then she doubled down and made big excuses for it. So, hi, Word by Design. Thank you for your response. We reviewed and it provided updates below. Request declined. Declined. You're
Was she
fired.
able to get? Was she able to get anyone's down?
Yes.
Can
did
I
she
read
get?
this? Hey,
It says, we remain concerned that your removal request isn't valid for the video listed below. As a result, the content will remain live on YouTube. And then it goes into a whole bunch more shit.
so I got the same thing,
Uh-huh.
but in it, and this is how I know she probably copy and pasted from when she did on 1980 Millennial Commentates, because I never said anything about her dog. I never addressed her mistreating her dogs. And it says right here, in this video, multiple videos are played throughout. It is the whole video, one after another, starting at 124, blah, blah, blah. She plays several in this video. I believe she is trying to prove I abuse my dogs. I've never once mentioned her dogs in any manner whatsoever.
That's hilarious because that is exactly what she said on the one. And,
Yeah.
you know, if anyone's watched that video, I didn't say I was positive she abused her dogs. I said, let's listen and let the people decide, listen to the clips. And then I was like, y'all, I'm just not sure. I heard something that could sound like that, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean,
And then she
I
says
don't-
I'm harassing her and stuff, and that I'm part of a network of people harassing her. She is schizo.
I
Sorry.
don't think
Yeah.
she's abusing her dogs. If I did, I'd be the first one to say I don't believe
Mhm.
she is. I talked to her the morning that she had to put one of them down, and she was.
Uh-huh.
It was sad. I just don't believe she's abusing her dogs.
Yeah, I never addressed that. I never even said she was. My content had nothing to do with the dog at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it also said that her request was declined.
And so in the end, I mean, she is grasping. She's doing this new cease and desist. Y'all, when she gave me a cease and desist last year and I told her to kiss my ass, take me to court. She tried to play it off with my NDA. My NDA that I signed with her, which could have been fought a lot because she is not, at that time, was not actually Fancy Maselli or Francesca Maselli. Technically, she's never changed her name. But it strictly was about by proxy information. Any investigation, any details that we had gotten and things we were coming up with that were not public knowledge. She put everything out there. So if I say anything about it, that NDA didn't hold up anymore.
See, I find it sad that she did the video or whatever it is that you sent me with the system to see that she's made so many threats about going to cops, going to the FBI, going to this prosecutor, this detective, and it's to the point that it's just laughable. And I don't mean that kind of in a mean way. I just like nobody takes it. How many times, Brandy, have me and you said you need to do this, Nancy? This is so far out of. You need to do something. If you don't do something with people threatening your life, that you really have something to stand on. And we encouraged her to protect herself. And I still don't believe she ever did. And I think it's just sad that she doesn't see that when she says stuff like that, people just laugh because she said it so much and has never followed through. That's sad that she's not that
Well, and it seems
not self-aware
I'm
enough.
sorry, Ken.
You're fine.
Right. And it kind of seems like she's more interested in clout and safety to a point, because a story I shared on my live the other day was that whenever Fancy was doing her live that time, whenever someone door dashed her some food, I know a lot of people think that's funny and they're like, oh, I wouldn't mind if someone sent me free food. Well, I personally would mind. That would freak me out. And
Yeah,
so
I agree.
I was watching it, and I wasn't commenting. I don't try to blow up people's lives. If I'm watching just to commentate and it's someone I don't like, I don't comment and try to blow them up. So I'm just watching. And so when that happened, Fancy called 911, and but she didn't stop her live because she wanted everyone to see her calling 911, and she gave out her address and phone number on live. And so then I got in the comments and I was like, Fancy, listen, I'm not a fan, but you just gave out your address and phone number. That's not safe. You need to private this. And she pulled away from her 911 call to yell at me over the live and tell me that it didn't matter because everyone already has her information because Gypsy Rose sued her. So any of her complaining about doxing now falls pretty flat to me.
So
yeah, that after that, when that happened, me and her were still mortal enemies, and I told Brandy that nothing about that was funny. That's still somebody, a stranger that you have no clue who's doing it. She thought she did, but no clue who's doing it is sending food to your house. That's creepy. It wasn't funny, and I thought she had a leg to stand on there.
I
But
would have been freaked out had somebody done that to my
It
house.
is. I would be freaked out too, but Fancy kind of destroys her argument about her privacy when she doesn't have the
Right.
awareness to stop the
Right.
live and doesn't care that she doxed
Well,
all of her information and says,
that's
well,
why,
Gypsy Rose caused it. It's the
well, the
Blanchard's
other
fault.
thing she does that drives me crazy is when her family's having stuff going in the background and they're talking or they're fighting, or she doesn't mute, so everybody hears that. And then they say something about it, and she gets all
Probably
pissed
wouldn't
off.
laugh
and
at
mute
her
the
so
damn
much.
microphone.
We wouldn't
she's
laugh at her
had
so much if she didn't put so much out there.
she's had two people in a roundabout way. Well, not really a roundabout way, but send real threats. Real threats. And
Oh,
that's
that's
when
not
she
good.
should have, that's when she should have really done something. And she says she does, but nothing ever happens. Like, this stuff isn't going to stop if you don't stop it. And when you really got something that you really could see some action on, you just tell people you're talking to your attorney or you're talking to the detective or you went to the police, but nothing is ever followed up. Like, nothing ever comes of it. So when
Yeah,
she's threatening people with attorneys that we all know she doesn't have and that she can't
that's
get,
bullshit.
and goes to the police, we know that there's a warrant. And I know that they probably wouldn't pick her up at her station, but I just don't think she would rock that boat, or that she's done waiting on the detective to call her back. And how many times have we heard it?
Right.
So she got what
Yeah.
I find sad, what the part that I find sad is that she continues to say it, knowing that she's never followed anything up, and that people laugh at her when she says it, and she's not self-aware enough to realize that boat sailed. Nobody's going to take me seriously.
So Bunny right here, she's from back in the day. And Kendall didn't know that today, and I shared that, and she was like, really? I was like, yeah. She's like, I had no idea. But she says she's the one that put my information out there. She did that to one of my mods, a lot of Natasha Cooper's ex mods, because we had different conversation and whatever. And instead of marking people's names out, she just put the whole freaking screenshot on Patreon, and everybody thought that was current stuff. They didn't know that was from 2019. They didn't know that things had been worked out. They didn't know the whole context of what was going on, and people were going nuts. They were messaging me going, Brandy, oh my God, what is she doing? Why is my name on a public? I'm not involved in this. And I'm like, I guys, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm fighting her as much as I can right now. It was bad. And Bunny is one of them she did that to. But
Yeah,
Amber
Fancy
sent
does
us,
that crap all the time.
yes.
She does
She
that
does.
crap all the time. And even though she actually screamed at me for saying, Fancy, you put your information out there. You need to protect yourself and private this, get off this live. Even though she screamed at me for that, every time I make a video showing like court documents or anything about her, I take the freaking time to cover up all of her address, phone number, all that PBI, you know, it just,
Right.
yeah, whatever.
So Amber says, and Amber, maybe since Laura's up here, she can help clarify this because I don't know. I want to know why April was pretending to be Tori. Has she done this a lot? When did that happen?
Dawn Booker
Haven't
said
heard
that
that one.
on her live with Natasha Amber, I believe. Or Amber, am I right? Or Amber should let us know. Laura, do you remember?
No, I actually didn't even watch the video.
Okay, I must
Gotcha.
have missed that part of the live because I was over on Breeze for a while, and then I had to take care of animals. So when I joined the team, it was probably about 2 weeks before Dawn left, just a couple of weeks. So I don't know the answer to that, and now I'm wondering if it didn't happen often. To be honest,
I never heard that. I've never heard
because
that.
I hadn't either, because she's blamed Tori for a lot of things. And like I said, I have come out after Tori, and there were things that Tori played both sides on. So and that was hard for me because I truly loved Tori. And to find out that I was being thrown under the bus for the last 5 years was it was hard.
Amber just reminded me in the comments. So what Dawn said on Natasha's live was that she started opening up to Tori more and telling her things. And then eventually Fancy started asking her about that stuff and told her that she was pretending to be Tori before so that Dawn would talk to her. I don't know.
See, I had
who's
not.
what right
That's
there.
new to me.
Wow.
That's new to me. I had not heard that.
So somebody's telling you their pain, their trauma, and you think you're talking to one person and you're not.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Wow.
If she was telling the truth, I don't know her. I don't know what to think about any of that situation, but that's what was said.
Hmm.
Oh wow, my Ozark accent came out there. Sorry, y'all.
Like Fancy switching up accents on us.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Hi, by the way. I've kind of just been sitting here listening.
You're fine. Sarah did that on
I just
Natasha's
noticed
one
your
night too.
picture, Laura.
Her picture's cracking me up. I keep just looking at it going, oh dear God, it's giving me the creeps over here.
I have something special.
What's that?
Oh, no, I was just saying I have something special. It's a surprise, though, but it's not that much of a surprise if you just look at the picture. May or may not have gone to Walmart earlier and printed out a very nice picture. Poster size.
Oh, wow.
Well, see, Amber, Tori was with her for around 9 years, I believe it was. She was with her way before. She was there when they were doing Sins and all of the other show. And so they have a very long history. And to me right now, it is so convoluted. I'm now kind of questioning what I started believing, and when I made amends with Fancy, what I was believing, because I think both of them are liars. I know both of them are liars, and so I don't know what any of it was true, and so I am having a really hard time with that. And out of all of this mess, Tori is the only one I cried over, which about set Kendall over the roof. Because it was rough.
I've never been able to put Tori together in this story. I've just heard stories.
She is on a few of my early videos. She is the one that's up there with me. She they were doing those different productions together. They made Mad Ginger Entertainment that failed, and it turned over into the Goodwives Network. And Tori left for a small bit of time through her pregnancy and the birth of her youngest, and then came back, and then was coming back after Christina passed away in 2022 to help her get the business off. It's the only reason why I was going to join the network, was because Tori came to me and said, "No, Brandy, it's legit. It's a good thing." And so I thought, well, this would be neat to put my content on something like that. I'll do it. And that was the reason why I was going to be a part of the Goodwives Network as a content creator, not as a business partner. I had no desire, because my husband, when I say he cannot stand fancy, it is an understatement. Like,
It's bad. So bad. It's bad.
oh,
My husband wants me to keep the volume low when I'm reviewing her videos.
Dave has some very colorful comments that I just will refrain from in public, because it will have people mad at me, because he has no filter, and he is not used to social media, and he just says it, but he cannot stand her. And when things went south, because we had the gala and all of that stuff for the network, and I paid for my trip. I'd already paid for my hotel. I'd paid for my flights. I had all of this stuff done, and I had done it the cheap way, so it was non-refundable. And because I asked her, I said, "Are you sure this is happening? Because when I pay for this, I don't get my money back. And I need to know, Brandy, it's happening. I promise." And Tori's like, "Yeah, it's a go." And then Tori came back and said, "Brandy, we have a problem." So Tori started letting me know things were bad. And I went to Dave, and I'm like, "What do we do? We've already paid for our trip." He said, "Well, let's just turn it into a vacation, have a good time." And so I kept really quiet, and Fancy came to me and was like, "You're going to be really mad at me, but I don't know what I'm going to do. And I can't do none of this. And it's all Tori's fault." Which I already knew all, because Tori had already been showing me everything. So I already knew what was going on. I just let it go. And so we went, and we had a wonderful trip. We had a great time. I had an amazing time with Tori and Tracy, and solidified my relationship with Tori and where I wanted to go with the business with her. And we were talking about doing the business. And when I sat down and shared things with Tracy, Tracy was like, "We have to protect people from somebody like Fancy." And they developed the business and the network. And then I found out that was all bullshit too, from Tori's side. But that's a whole nother thing. Let's see what's going on in the chat. So Amber says, "So if she's blaming things on Tori and pretending to be Tori, something is up." I would like to figure that out. But the thing is they are both such big liars. I don't know that we will ever figure it out.
Tori, there's your out. You now have an out. She couldn't deny anything before because she got everything red-handed.
Right.
Now, Tori is the one that Fancy accused of stealing her company, right?
Yes. Me and Tori were the ones that stole her company. She was going to file RICO on us and espionage and or something. I used to laugh. Like it cracked me up, because I'm like, "RICO? Are you fucking kidding me?"
Wait,
then
real quick.
Espionage?
I've got friends in the Sebastian Rogers case filing RICO charges on somebody, and I'm like, "Oh my God," I'm like having PTSD over here. It is the hilarious shit. I'm like, it's internet bullshit. But yeah,
Right.
we were supposed to have stole her company.
I never understand that. Like, what does she mean when she says you guys stole her company? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
When I made amends with her, I finally got her to explain it, because it didn't make any sense to me either, because she still had her company. Her company was still, her network was still up. I think she shut it down in September because she couldn't pay the bills. That's why she closed it down. She couldn't pay. It's expensive to do it every month. And we started in July. So if we started in July and she kept up till September, I don't know how we stole it. And it was two separate kind of company type of networks. And she still has her supposed company that I don't even know if is the LLC even active or not active anymore. I don't know. I don't keep up. But it never.
Wait, side note, side note, do you remember when she went to Florida to do the that thing with Tasha?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and she said that they were going to have the network up in a few
Yes.
months, and she did
Yes.
30 spots for $30 because that
Yep.
would allow people to give the inside of what we're going to put on the network that's going to be up and running in a couple of months. So is the network up and running?
No, it's not.
Wonder if those people got their money back.
Yep.
No.
If people got that $30 membership to Patreon and that network is not up, you can get a refund on your money. Just saying.
Does she have any
Representative.
trademarks or any active LLCs? Like,
No, not that
I
I.
think she just needed money to spend in Florida. My
so we're
personal
all
opinion.
gonna definitely trademark the Goodwives Network, right?
Yeah, we could.
Actually steal our company.
I mean, it made no sense to say we stole the company because, for one, I could not have done it because I wasn't a business partner. So I would not have had your business contacts. I would have not have had the content creator contacts. I didn't have any of that info. I was a content creator that decided I didn't want to do your network and went to a different network. That was it. So to accuse me of that was asinine. It made her look foolish. And to be screaming RICO and corporate espionage, that was even worse.
Yeah, she's not even incorporated, right? Just an LLC.
Right. Right.
How can it be corporate espionage if you're not incorporated?
Right.
She's
That's why
just
I
that
was
bored.
saying. That's why I was saying
And
that.
here's the thing. Like, I'm the one that paid her money to build a network, to build a company that she never did. Because originally, when I bought in for my partnership, the first part, I think I did the first, I was doing it in like 3 or 4 tiers, something like that. And she was supposed to be taking that money, putting it in to open a bank account and get the LLC. And that never happened. And then when she finally did it, then it showed not in good standing. I believe that's what they had on Encyclopedia Dramatica. Some of this I have forgotten because it blurs together. Molly, I do not
I
want you
do
up here.
remember seeing that her LLC was not in good standing. Oh, sorry.
I was talking to the dog. You're fine.
Oh, good. Yeah, I do remember seeing that her LLC is not in good standing somewhere. And she was just on Breeze Live earlier today saying that she is not a normal person on social media. She has a company that she is going to get back legit in good standing soon.
And
That's
that
that
doesn't
she's been
count.
saying that for as long as I've been here since January of last year, and I've been hearing that since January of last year.
So I'm at the
Yep.
I'm at the Secretary of State for Kentucky, and it says that Goodwives Network as of 9/17/2024 is in good standing.
Okay.
Oh,
So she
interesting.
fixed it and got it good standing. Okay.
Good job.
I wonder what she was talking about on Breeze Live then. Maybe just getting it back up on streaming services or something that she can't afford.
Maybe. Who knows?
Is that what y'all
I
think?
mean,
I don't
it does cost a lot of money, and she's lost a lot of followers and support in the last what,
Yeah.
4 months. I mean, she's lost a lot. So
She's her own worst enemy. It's completely her own
she
fault.
is, but I mean, it's not cheap. I'm sure. I'm sure when she
Oh
says
yeah.
that, she really means it. I mean, it sounds like I'm taking up for her, but I promise I'm not. But I think in her heart and her soul, this is the one thing that I have respect for her is that she gets knocked down, she gets back up. She gets knocked down, she gets back up, and she just
Yeah.
continuously tries. And I'm sorry, I have to respect that, but
She
can't
keeps
keep her
moving.
down. But yeah, and she is her worst enemy. And I believe when she says this stuff, she really, really means that. You know, she really wants it back up. But I think she's hurt herself so much that I don't know if she'll get there because her
Yes.
views are just not there. They're
Amber,
just not there no more.
they were on Roku. They were. Um, the content was, I mean, there were a couple of the really good shows. They did not last long because she pissed them off. Go figure. And so it was repetitive stuff. Like it would be the same show over and over and over and over again because she didn't do it like a video on demand. She did it in time slots. We did video on demand, and then I think Tori eventually put it as time slots, but we spent a shit ton of money to get actual content from a service that lets you buy movies and series and things like that. It wasn't the best stuff, but it was stuff to watch. I licensed some really hilarious shit that made me laugh. But she was on Roku, but it's anywhere from $1,000 to way on up a month on that streaming network.
Gotcha. Hey, I need to ask about something slightly off topic, but since you've
Okay.
known Fancy way longer than any of us, she said on a video today, because she was replying to a comment, someone called her out, and this is something I've shown clips of a lot. And whenever she talks about other people fat shaming, she was on a live, I believe, in Gypsy Rosamond's live, and she screamed at her that she looked like a fat, ugly slut in a dress in California.
Uh-huh.
And Fancy said in this video that she was not sorry and is not body shaming because she has been in the fashion industry and design industry for 20 years and it's her job to not let people walk out the door looking ridiculous. And then she went on to critique Gypsy Rose's body and why she should not have worn that dress, like her soft tissue shouldn't have had something pulling in or cut out and all this stuff. Yeah, I found that very sus considering just the other day she was wearing electrical outlet earrings.
I've never, ever heard that. And as a matter of fact, Natasha Cooper read off her resume the other day, and I don't think that was on there.
Well, I downloaded a video. I got proof.
She
Yeah.
was a waitress and hostess for years.
She said she worked in retail. I took that as like she probably worked at like Kohl's in the mall or something, and she has like a big head or something about it.
Yeah, she said
Right.
fashion design and retail or something like that, and it's her job to not let people walk out the door looking ridiculous.
Then
Have
she
you seen her
probably
outfits? Damn.
She probably shouldn't have worn the bra that was 4 sizes too big on video showing off the bra from Temu.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I will say about the Temu thing is that was the biggest thing I noticed. I'm like, girl, when I was in high school, I used to wear bras that were like 4 sizes too big because I thought it made me look like my boobs were bigger, but it just does not. It does not.
I wasn't body shaming Kendall, but her bra was way too big in that video. That's fact.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to say anything about it. Like, you know, a lot of people have said like the fact that she got on there and she was doing that, I commend, but it's like, girl.
Whenever I commentated on that video,
I heard
when
Kendall
I
back
used
there
that
saying,
teammate
"Brandy."
video. Oh, I'm sorry, Brandy.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. When I commentated on that video, I actually stopped it. I only showed the first part of her acting real funny, being like, "Hi guys, it's Fancy." And she was being very strange, but I cut out the part where she was in her bra because I just didn't feel comfortable showing it. And even though she did,
I was like, I don't know who told you that was a good idea, but it was not a good idea.
If you see what I mean, she don't stop.
Yeah.
Like none of us would have done that. I don't have the guts to do that.
I'm going to be real. I have wondered at points if she might have a humiliation fetish with the stuff she keeps putting out.
I mean, maybe.
It's possible.
I mean, she tries all gloves on and tries.
Yeah. I don't know. So you're welcome, Rebrand. Rebrand said in the comments. Thank you for. You're welcome.
Rebrand coming in with it.
Cutting off the kisses. You saved me from. Yeah, I can't stand him either. I'm like, I don't consent to her kissing me through the screen.
Look, I'm going to tell y'all when we were doing when I was part of things and doing videos, and we would have to do the whole "Hi, I'm Brady," and this is da-da-da-da. I hated that. It felt like a freaking game show kind of thing, and it just, oh Jesus!
I so bad want to go in, and especially when I was talking to her and give her some pointers on there's software that she could download where she could look directly into the camera and she could read her script while she's looking in the camera, where it doesn't look like she's looking over on the laptop. And I mean, like when she did the memorial for the dog, and it's like she read it and she's looking over reading it. And I mean, you can tell it's like there's a simple software that you can look directly in the camera, and your script, since you need the script, is right there on the same like your phone. It's running at the bottom, so she wouldn't have to. You know what I'm saying? Am I the only one that bothered?
No, it drove me crazy.
No, but it makes me a little bit dizzy seeing her eyes dart around.
Yeah, and it's just I wanted so bad just to say, but I don't know. I didn't want to hurt her feelings. Just like, hey, this is the name of the software. Put this on your phone, upload your script, and then you're engaging with the camera. You're looking at your audience, and you still can read your script.
I can't, Dragon. You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. I'll take $500 for self-humiliation, Bob. It was, it did. It drove me crazy. And when I made amends with her, and that's what a lot of people bring up about me making amends with her. In the beginning, that was about proving what Dawn Brown had been behind and discovering what Tori was about. And I was probably in a communication with her for about a month before Kendall would have any kind of conversation with her. And
no, I didn't want to talk to her.
And Christy was telling Kendall, she was like, it's okay. Brandy's got to do this, because we were learning a lot of shit. And it was some of what we were learning was hard for Christy too, because she loved Dawn Brown. And so it was a gut punch to find out Dawn had been doing things that didn't look good and that Christy was getting blamed for. And then she was turning around blaming me for shit. It was the weirdest thing that we were learning. And so, and Christy knew I was digging to the bottom to prove shit. And when we found out about Tori, that was hard for Christy too. And so Christy was constantly telling Kendall, it's okay. There's a lot of history she's working through. It's okay.
Yeah, because I was really torn because I love Christy. I love you. I respected that you needed those answers about Tori from Fancy. At that time, I supported what you were doing, but I wanted nothing to do with Fancy. And of course, I would talk to Christy, and Christy would be like, Kendall, you don't understand the history. Brandy needs this. And I trust Brandy, and I trust you because, Fancy wanted to talk to me, and then she was telling Brandy that she don't quite trust me. And Brandy was saying, trust, you can trust Kendall, or, whatever that conversation went. And I wouldn't talk to her. It was a good month, I think, before I finally was like, okay. And then Brandy tricked me because we were on the phone. She's like, oh, well, let me get Fancy on the phone. But I just didn't want to hurt Christy, but I wanted to support Brandy. And Christy was the one that said, you don't get it, Kendall. I trust Brandy, and she needs this. She needs this.
And Millennial seen this because she was like, man, you just kind of made me almost like her. Because when we did the live about the Menendez brothers comparing to Gypsy's case, we had some really good conversation. And that is the Fancy that I like. When I can keep her away from this bullshit. But she couldn't do it. And we did the one live over on her channel, the first one on Meeting of the Crows or whatever she calls it, about the Menendez brothers. And we had it all detailed. Like, she sent it to me of what all we had, which was copy and pasted from someplace else. And then some of it was really worded bad. I'm like, oh, I see, this is bad. And but I had the gist of what we were talking about. Well, the next one we did, I said, hey, what's the subject tonight? Never heard anything back. Well, then we go live and we basically repeat the live before. And I'm like, oh, this is the old Fancy. I can't do this, because we would start out on a topic and get to the live and she would change what we were talking about. And then I wouldn't be prepared and look like an idiot. And
I remember, I'm sorry, Brandy.
No, go ahead.
I apologize. I have really bad internet and there's a lag sometimes. And I think I'll stop talking and I accidentally interrupt you.
You're okay. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I remember, if I remember the live, you had Fancy up there and y'all were comparing some different aspects of the Menendez brothers and the Gypsy Rose case.
Mhm.
because there are so many people talking about comparisons.
Right.
And yeah, it was kind of funny because Fancy complimented me in that live for being always asking her questions respectfully whenever some other people were trying to bomb it. And now she lumps me 100% in with everyone else who's, there are other people I like who win at Fancy in ways that I personally wouldn't choose to go and never have done. Like I said, I even cut off the part of her in her bra because I didn't feel comfortable showing it, even though she did. But yeah, Fancy found me very respectful for a long time until suddenly I'm just like everybody else for some reason.
Well,
Now
I
you're
mean,
just a troll.
y'all heard her singing my
Yeah.
praises. Like we were on her channel and she is crying and boohooing, and I'm getting text messages and they're like, "You're killing me because you're not even looking up, giving her attention to this." I'm like, "Oh wait." It dawned on me that I was just sitting there going, "I don't want to fucking hear this because I know it's bullshit." And I was because I knew as soon as she got mad at me, she would start the whole thing. I never did my work, and I'm a liar, and I'm this, and I'm that. And she's up there at the point because she needs me that I am all the perfect, and I was the only one that worked, and I am this, and she loves me. And I knew she was pulling my chain.
That sounds like how she switches back and forth on Nick and Gypsy Rose both,
Right.
and everybody else she knows.
She goes for whatever benefits her.
Yes, like she came on to Bree. She was on Bree's live this morning, and my phone goes to blowing up. Kendall's was blowing up, so she's blowing my phone up. And so I head on over there, and they're like, "Come on up, come on up." And I'm at that point was pissed because I had just gotten that letter from YouTube. And next thing I know, here comes Natasha. And so next thing I know, Natasha and I are both on panel. She wouldn't stay up there. She was like, "I'm not gonna be attacked," and Natasha wasn't attacking her. I was. I mean, I kind of went in and called her a titty baby bitch, but she is a titty baby bitch.
Brandy.
I'm over it. I'm over it.
I don't get how Brie is just letting Fancy get on her lives and stuff when I've literally exposed the fact that Fancy was the person that started that whole rumor that she was transgender.
Well, and
That's crazy.
Natasha and I both told Brie today, don't do this with her. She is using you because she has nobody else right now. That's
Oh yeah, it's real sad actually. I feel kind of bad for her.
the only reason.
Sarah was a big part of that
Yes.
transphobia thing too.
Oh no, believe
Sarah
me, I
actually,
saw that.
yeah,
I saw
Sarah
that.
actually called her a warthog and all kinds of stuff. She
Oh
was
yeah,
even
I
worse
saw
than
that.
Fancy was. Yeah.
People were very upset with me in the Sarah video, and I'll acknowledge, I mean, maybe there were a couple things that I said that were a little petty, but you got to remember, like, Sarah's not trustworthy. Like, and she was saying that same shit too. I just didn't have the screenshots at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I,
It
like, vaguely
amazes
remember
me that people that I once found very credible are buying her bullshit. And it's like I start questioning them now because it's like the proof's there. You've been given it. You choose not to see it and are defending the behavior. It's just confusing to me.
I believe a lot of the stuff that she says about her interactions with Fancy. I'm sure that that trip was absolutely hell, but I don't really buy much else
Absolutely.
than that.
Oh yeah. Kendall and I have agreed from the beginning. They made
Yeah.
each other miserable because I mean, Fancy's a lot, and Sarah is one that likes to have her makeup and her hair done, and I mean, she's got the
Now,
wigs.
if you've ever talked to Sarah in a length of time at all, she's very needy. Um, and I don't mean that in a mean way. I just mean that she really doesn't have much else going on. And she needs all of your time. You try to get off the phone, like you'll say, you know, hey, I need to go. I need to start dinner. And okay. And she'll just go into something else. There's no getting off the phone. You just, I mean, I literally just had to be rude before and say, I got to go. I'm sorry. I'll call you back. You know,
I
it's like
believe
that
it.
she's, do what?
Oh, I just said I believe it. Sorry.
Yeah. So, you know, like, so I believe it was as miserable for Fancy too.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure it just all around was a bad time.
Because it was kind of at the end. We had already started seeing on lives that there was tension between them.
Well,
You, we,
that trip home when they were coming back, and Fancy is losing her mind in the car, and Sarah is completely upset that she's she's trying to talk to somebody, and her personal information is basically getting out because Fancy won't get off the live, and she gets very upset about it. Fancy throws a fit, and Kendall and I were like, "Oh, it's fixing to be on. This won't last long."
Yeah. Well, Sarah was having
I
a
just
hard
want to,
time because Fancy and Ryan had started talking again, and Sarah just couldn't handle that. I mean, she just absolutely couldn't handle that Fancy and Ryan had squished whatever beef they had between them. And I mean, it wasn't like they were up each other's ass, but they, obviously were talking again. And Sarah just couldn't handle that. So between that and the trip, the tension before the trip, the whole situation itself, and the timeline of we got to go, I'm sure they both were miserable. But I'm sure Fancy controlled the situation.
I just want to say real quick, Kendall, I do agree. I'm sure they were both miserable. And I wanted to just quickly go back to what you said about, having a hard time trusting people who are trusting people that you personally know not to trust and feel not to trust.
Mhm.
I understand that, but I also feel like I've seen a lot of people I really like go back and forth on people that I feel I know not to trust. And so I try not to go there with that and just go by their interactions with me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Because this I was thinking about this earlier, is I'm kind of upset that they can't see through it when they've got the proof, but I couldn't see through it either. And I had so many people in my ear, and I wouldn't listen either. In fact, Brandy can tell you how many times I defended her and just said, I've seen another side of her. Just give her a chance. Just give her a chance. So I probably shouldn't
Yeah,
even
that,
said that because I was fooled too. So, you know,
At one
that's
point,
kind of what I mean. I've been fooled by people too. So if I feel like someone's being fooled, I just feel like I've been there.
yeah,
yeah. At one point, my mom and I were fooled enough to go into the police station and write those, witness statements. So it's like, I don't know, we've all messed up. We've all, came to our own conclusions, our own ways. And I just try not to judge too much because I get it. I've made bad judgment calls.
hmm yeah. I shouldn't have even said that because, like I said, I definitely was fooled too. I fought tooth and nail for her.
But I get your
I hear
perspective.
you.
I get it.
I never did.
Absolutely.
Just so everyone knows.
Yeah, Dawn didn't.
Dawn's the only innocent one here.
I think people
Dawn was calling out Fancy before any of us, I think.
want, where Sarah is concerned, we see somebody who you could tell was not treated very well when they were in Chillicothe, and
Right.
then we hear about her being sick, and we've seen
We
the
know her family. We know
and
her family don't have nothing to do with her.
right, and
And
so
she's just lonely.
I can see how people feel for her, and I can see where people want to believe everything she's saying now because there's a
It
50-50
fits.
to it. What happened. We saw it. Her story fits with what we saw happen live. So I'm not taking away from that. And I want you ladies, because y'all have had these interviews with her, to understand that and know that Kendall and I, neither one are taking that away from her. I believe her story on the trip and how it went down. My issue was always her claiming certain amounts of money one time and then the amount changing mid-life. And
Oh,
then
yeah,
never
that was crazy.
any receipts. That bothered me because then all of a sudden I'm up here going, wait, that's not what you said. And we didn't really want to talk about the money, but then she kept talking about the money. And it was like, oh my God, what do we just.
But then people come in the chat and threw us for a loop when we found out that there was money involved and there was proof of it. Then her story changed on a dime again.
And so it was a disaster. You guys did it very well recording it. I think that is the best way if you're going to interview Sarah to do, because when the chatters come in, she going all over the place and you're going to have another 4-hour live and never get anywhere.
Yeah, because you very much got to keep her on track because she'll get off on her ex-husband in that situation. She'll get way over in left field about everything that's wrong with her. and everything she's been going through, and then you try to get her back on track to where you're at in the story. A comment pops up and she's back way over yonder, and you're trying to bring her back over here, and then somebody says something again, and then it's just a rodeo. So that was smart recording it.
Dawn, may I play your video you just put up? Did she hear me? Dawn,
Yeah, what's up?
may I play your video?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Are you going to copy strike her?
Never. I would never do that because that's just attention for me. I would never do that. I love promotion.
While you're pulling that up, I just want to say that $10 Cash App situation still annoys the hell out of me. I can't lie. I don't have a screenshot for you to put on the screen or anything, but the literal question that I had asked her over DMs was like, can you send me your, what was it, Cash App and Venmo transaction histories for the entire week of the trip? And she acted like she didn't understand that. Like, girl, I was very clear.
She did the exact same thing with Kendall, and we got the exact same screenshot.
Well, she told me that it was her bank where she had spent all the money to get ready for the trip and the things she had to have and to get her car ready. That all supposedly come out of her bank. And she was going to send me all of it. And then it turned into, I'm not showing the world my bank statement. 'Cause I'm like, you can edit everything out. Just keep the transactions. Just keep the transactions where you can actually prove that you're owed money. And that become a fight of, I'm not showing my personal statements. Then how can I defend that you're owed money?
Well, here's my thing. How did they even spend as much money on this trip as they did? Like, I'm from Tampa. I'm from, Tampa, Florida. So I went there like a couple years ago for the first time since I moved up to Missouri. And I spent like over a week there. I got an Airbnb. I did all kinds of stuff. And I didn't even spend a fraction of as much money as they did on this Chillicothe trip that didn't need to be as long as it was. So I just really don't get where all the money bled into.
I
Well,
think that's great.
Fancy blames Sarah for wanting to eat at expensive places and ordering $70 worth of pizza the first night, and then wanting to go to Applebee's and order drinks. So that's Fancy's story, which we never see no proof of those transactions. And Sarah's story is that they only got, I think, I might have this part wrong, but I think she said at Applebee's, all she got was an appetizer, and that they did order the pizza the first night, but ate on it for 2 days. I don't know. Even
Easy to me though, because like I did, I know, like
that still ain't $1,500.
Yeah, that's still like a lot of money, and especially since they weren't filming for that documentary, and if they were doing it with like horrible camera quality, and I really don't get why they needed to stay as long as they did, other than Craig just not wanting Fancy back in the house.
I mean, okay, this just cracks me up, so I got to share this because it just fits, and this is perfect timing.
Problem. I'm the problem. I'm the problem. I'm the problem.
Yes.
I'm the problem. I'm the problem. I'm the problem. I'm the problem.
I just noticed, are those emotional support chicks in the background?
Probably.
Yeah, she used to sell those.
When I used to do my AI, I had a video of, that song that plays when you see the Save the Children videos, you see the little starving kids. That song that always plays.
In the Arms of the Angels.
Yes, in the Arms of the Angels. And I had the poor chicks of Save the Chicks, and I had them behind bars.
I really wish you could put your stuff back out because it was so good. And I didn't know that these guys sold all of that stuff.
No, these are all new guys compared to when I was doing all my stuff. I took it down. I promised. I really.
I know. I
promised I would take it down, and I'm going to keep my promise.
I watched that live. Yeah.
Okay, so Amber.
That was before I was working 12 hours a day, and had time to do that kind of stuff. I didn't even work back then. I told Brandy the other day we got to get her a job.
I had gotten into some drama and I sent it to her and she's like, okay, we got to get you a job. And I'm like, oh, I'm good.
I had plenty of time back then to make those
Amber-
AIs.
Amber's out here with the facts.
Yes, Amber says, not to mention she had full access to talk to an inmate in Chillicothe who just happened to find out that Gypsy was pregnant that day and refused to. Interesting.
Oh my God, yes, she did that. So
Wow.
like my mom
Wow.
got a phone call from her cousin that was in Chillicothe prison while we were in Sarah and Fancy's hotel room. And it was just after Fancy had been complaining that she doesn't have any connects on the inside. And she's like, oh, you have a cousin in there. Can you hook me up? And then like 15 minutes later, my mom gets a phone call completely unrelated because they talk about stuff that has nothing to do with Gypsy Rose 99% of the time. But my mom's like, oh, well, do you have any questions? She can like answer things for you. And she's like, no, I'm good, but I'll let you know. And it's
Wow.
like, bitch.
I'd have jumped on it. Like if that's that's my job. Like if
Yeah,
you're
like
supposed to be doing a
number one
documentary about
expert. Yeah.
it. Wow.
But then they went and took photos in front of the prison, right?
They
We
were
were,
interested in that bread museum.
Yeah, the bread museum. What is it? Okay, I wonder how much the bread museum is. Somebody in chat Google that. Like, do they have to pay for it? Because that was definitely funded by y'all.
Let's see.
Millennial, I'm gonna come stay with you because I've got to see that bread museum.
There you go.
I'm gonna come stay with you a night.
Home
All
of the
right, we got
sliced
it.
bread. Let's see. Is this it? Okay. So does it tell us?
We
I
have
really
a
have
Bush
to know
Bean
what the bread
museum.
museum has to do with the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case.
All that bread that Gypsy's making.
She should have
Get
gone
it?
to a Pepsi museum then. Damn.
Get it? That bread, they're always mad that Gypsy makes money.
Here, let me.
All that bread.
Well, it doesn't say how much it is to get in. Well, that's kind of shitty.
It might be free if it's like
Boo.
a historical museum that's nonprofit. Might be donation
Maybe.
only, which they didn't make.
Oh yeah, they definitely didn't donate if it was.
So there's a trolley, there's an escape room, and visitor info. Let's hit visitor info. Did they take the trolley?
She was probably like, the donation is me, an internet celebrity, is posting things about your museum, so people are actually going to care about it.
I'm a network executive.
You might be in my documentary.
So her going on about these cease and desist and us having to shut up. That would be like one of the other. That would be like Nancy Grace over here on YouTube, right? Nancy Grace is now on YouTube. She's a content creator. Like she's a huge name, but she's on here. People talk about her all the time with what she's talking about on cases. You don't see her sending out cease and desist.
Okay,
Well, she has said enough about all of us that if she tried to do anything like that, just pull the stuff that she said about us. It's just as bad.
Let me be real. I'm honestly kind of like, I feel kind of left out, April. Like, why didn't you mention me? Like, notice me, senpai. Like, are you afraid? Like, that you don't have my information, or you already have my information, so there's like really nothing that you can get from me? I don't get it. It's weird.
Laura's feeling left out and hurt over here. She wants in this in crowd.
That's what I'm saying. And it's like, whatever. And
I just laughed. Brandy sent it to me, and I just died laughing. I was like, cease and desist is not even. It's not even worth the paper it's written on. Or in this case, it's not even written on paper.
No, it's
worthless.
on TikTok.
Absolutely worthless.
She felt like so important. Like,
Even if an
doxing
attorney
everybody's
wrote it,
names,
it's
except for
worthless.
1980. She just put 1980 because she didn't know her name, which is crazy to me.
Well, and Kendall was like,
That was
"What did I
hilarious."
do?" Because Kendall hasn't really done anything. She was on the line with me about Dawn, but she hasn't said anything or done anything. She's just kind of been supportive. And her name got thrown in. She's like, what did I do?
Yeah, and in fact, when Brandy starts getting hateful and petty, I'm like, Brandy.
I'm just so.
I'm in trouble too.
I'm over the crap. I'm just, when she, for me, I was not going to do this with her. I told her when we had that last fight about Katie Joy, I'm not going to drag you. I'm just done. It's whatever. But when she threatened Dawn, I saw red. Like, don't threaten to bring somebody's private trauma that they trusted you with to a public platform that has nothing to do with any of this. Nothing. Oh, I saw red, still see red.
And
we'll
someone that admits that's where they were back then mentally and
Right.
have come so far and worked so hard to leave the past in the past.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
She did tell me the other day that Amber and Allura are going to be in big trouble for interviewing Sarah because they're a part of this case, and that's going to get them in big trouble.
Nah, have you guys read all of the stuff that's on CaseNet? Because they didn't even put our witness statements in there. Like, we matter so little to this whole thing. Our witness statements were so insignificant that it's not even in the documents. Like, what are we going to be in trouble for, bitch?
I was wondering because I kept looking, and I'm like, I don't even see their statement. So what is
Yeah,
about
Sarah was really
No.
mad.
Yeah, we
Sarah
didn't
was
see
mad and
anything.
said y'all lied and everything else that y'all
Wait,
seen
Sarah
it
said
or
we lied? When did
Yeah.
she say
oh
that?
yeah.
When?
She about the that you're changing your stories now.
When did
This
she
was
say
not
that? Because she's trying to play nice every time she's around me, and she'll send me these messages trying to like be my friend or something.
that would have been I don't remember if she said it on our live, but it would have been around the time that we did the live with her.
yeah, it was
Well,
when me and her were talking that she
no,
could that y'all's witness statements like nothing what y'all said that y'all said
no.
and that y'all went up and y'all come out saying that you seen it and you changed your stories and now your witness statements ain't even part of um
No.
the
Okay.
case. Y'all
Let me
lied
clear
about
this
it.
up. Mm-mm.
Do you have
So,
your statements?
no, I really wish that we would have taken a picture of it, but my mom is trying to reach out to she reached out to the wrong people to try and get that stuff. So she's going to try and reach out to the right people to try and get that stuff. But since it's an active investigation, we don't know what we'll actually be able to get. But as for me, my statement literally does not matter. Like, straight trash. Like, I was not there for the actual incident. The only thing that I even witnessed was like the guys, Mike Stanfield and the other guy yelling. And they were yelling to call the cops. That's the only thing that I saw. So like my stuff doesn't even matter. But my mom, I don't know exactly what she wrote, but she said something along the lines of she saw him get in her face, but she didn't see a chest bump. And we believed that there was a chest bump because why would we think that you're lying about an assault that happened in front of 10 plus people in a crowded lobby? But like, we never said we saw anything. And
This is
we
new.
believed them. That's the worst thing that we did was believe them.
So Planty says, Brandy, did you know that you and I are co-defendants with Kendall and Christy in her lawsuit?
What I do?
That's new. Laura kicked herself off. That's new. I had not heard that. When did that come out, Planty?
Oh. Well, I'm gonna have to put in some vacation days, it looks like.
Look, Christy's like, what?
Christy, we've been wanting that girls' day.
I mean, we were planning a trip. I mean,
It might be sooner than we thought.
Is this supposed to be a lawsuit by Fancy?
yeah,
Oh God.
you waiting a while. Christy says,
Oh,
no.
Miss Ostrich. Miss Ostrich right there. That her name's not Christy Blanchard. Her name is Miss Ostrich.
And so
I
Planty
always
says,
got her head in the sand.
so Christy paid the Amber and Allura to change their statements.
What?
Oh
If
my
y'all
God.
think Christy and them have that much money, y'all are just confused.
That reminds me of a video put out. Was it Kendall or you or Brandy that said "Woo Woo Bestie stepped on a Lego and it's the Blanchard's fault"?
It was me. Hey, I was gonna pull the FOIA. I was gonna pull the FOIA on that girl. until it was going to be like 300 and something dollars. And I was going to do it until she come out and admitted she lied. I told Brandy, I was like, shit, I ain't paying $300 when she's already turned around to lie by admission.
Oh my God.
So why would I spend that much money just to prove that what she proved herself? It's always Christy's fault.
I didn't know she admitted she lied, but my take was, okay, if you've been going to the cops and the parole as much as you claim you have, trying to make them watch your TikTok videos as proof of something or other, well, no freaking wonder that whenever they run your name, your TikTok profile name comes up. Like, well, that's your own doing.
No, when she first told the story, she talks about her name popping up and, you know, accusing Gypsy and Christy of being behind it. And then when it got word back to her that some of us were going to pull the FOIA, which I filled out everything. I was going to do it. I had it all filled out and contacted them to find out exactly what I have to do because it was it was an ongoing, not investigation, but it was a case that hadn't come to close yet. I was going to have to wait. But then like the next day, she did a video saying, what are y'all going to do when you find out there was a little green involved? Huh? What are y'all going to do then? And if there was a pew-pew, like, wait a minute. Like, when she admitted that and she left that out the first time, because it didn't make sense when somebody's being handcuffed and pulled out of the car and put in the cop car just because you want to accuse somebody for making a phone
Wait
call.
for them to let me up.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm up.
And then the next day when she finds out we're starting to get the truth of what happened, she admitted that there was a pew-pew and weed, and then it made sense because they, you know, there's protocol that law enforcement takes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Crystal,
I do remember that.
she didn't technically come out and say, okay, I lied about it. She came out with the story of the rest of what happened. And it was like, you're literally just sitting here saying why they would have put you in the back of a cop car.
Yeah, it's like, why am I going to throw $300 away to clear Christy's name once again? You know, and fight when I know Christy and Jesse had not. I know where they were that night. I know what they were doing after the book signing. I promise none of those people were on their mind. Not none of them. So I knew they had nothing to do with it. You know, and so I was going to pay it and I was going to prove it. And then the next morning she made that video. I was like, I ain't throwing $300 away to do that when she's sitting there admitting.
Christy, I wasn't paying attention exactly when you came on panel on Breeze this morning. Had Fancy already jumped down or she jumped down as you got up there? It was hilarious. Like, she did not stay up there long with me. But as soon as Natasha and I were gone, evidently she went back. Like, you're ridiculous. Chicken shit. Chicken shit. Yeah, I thought she was still up there. Yeah, Christy, if you talk to Into the Weeds, then she's really going to have it in her head that you're now conspiring with them. So I would have refrained from that. Let's not add to her freaking theories.
Yeah, Christy, we know you never talk to us. If you hear us say that we're conspiring with you, it's just kind of like as a joke because I don't know why she thinks that we're being paid off by you. It's literally so fucking ridiculous. And for the record, let the record show, I have never taken this bitch seriously. Thank you very much. Anyway, not you, Christy. I mean, Fancy.
I know who you're talking about.
On Misbehaving, it was on Breeze Live this morning.
When I tell y'all, and I know y'all think I just say this because I love Christy, but you will not find somebody that keeps their head so far in the sand and don't know what in the hell is going on. Where people are, I don't know if she's just immune to it, just tired of it, don't care anymore. But me and Brandy will run to her about, oh my God, look at this. And she's like, what? Who? She just don't care. Makes me and Brandy so mad.
It does. And then I'll send her something because it looks believable. I'm like, did you really just fucking? She's like, what are you talking? She's totally confused. And I'm like, oh, never mind.
And then me and Brandy will get on a personal phone call, just me and Brandy, and we'll trash Christy. But you know what we're saying? When we're trashing Christy, if she don't start fighting for herself, we're going to quit fighting. That's what we say. That's Like, I'm going to quit trying to fight if she's not going to start fighting for herself because she never knows what's going on.
Christy says invite her up, Brandy.
Come on
Okay.
up.
She's having fun with the panel today. She doesn't do this often. There you go, Christy. I just thought it was funny reading that copyright thing that I was working with Morbid's people. Like, I've literally never been in his chat. I've never been on panel. I've never had a conversation. I know him from 2021 when he started coming and fighting with Natasha through Save Robbie, because Save Robbie and I were friends.
Anyone who
I've-
doesn't like Fancy is automatically in with Morbid's crew, don't you know?
I don't think I've ever been in one of his lives. I've seen people have sent me clips of stuff from his lives, but I don't think I've ever even went in a live one at all. Have I, Brandy?
Do what now?
I don't think I've ever even went into one of Morbid's lives when it's live, have I?
Never.
I mean, I know y'all have sent me clips from time to time. Several people do, but I don't care about that stuff. I don't like when I just
Aw,
Not
thank you
against
for the new membership.
nothing against any of them personally. It's just not my thing.
Christy, just click that link I just posted and it'll walk you through, and you'll have to approve your devices, and I'll add you on up.
Oh, what? Christy don't know how to come up?
Nope. Wait, who's here, Boston? Hold on. Behave.
You always got to tell Boston to behave.
Her name's Boston Behave.
It must be somebody I'm not realizing who it is. Text me, Boston. Yeah, I'm literally going to make a video that says Boston Behave. I mean, she's doing so good lately, though. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on right now.
Roberta, I support that.
Oh, the only thing I'm asking is the Blanchard sue the Fancy Pants.
Well, that's the thing. They already could have, and they haven't. So
They
What
still
I have to-
can. They still
When
can.
I look at it is it worth it?
It's for me, and I'm going
I
to talk
think
about
it
this
would
in the
be
video
to
I'm going to be
start.
recording. I think it's worth it, just the inconvenience to her. I mean, look how
Yes.
going to Chillicothe ruined her life.
Boston.
Boston, I don't know what's going on.
Who?
'Cause-
What?
Well, evidently there's some beef with people in the chat. Be nice. Boston, you got to remember, you're not on a channel. You kind of have to overlook personal issues, please, my love.
Exactly, rebrand. Sometimes, Christy, it's not about your family. Sometimes it's about entertaining us.
Oh, that would be good entertainment, because you know what? I'm not that far from Christy. I will drive and live stream it.
There's a lot of stuff out there about Christy, but a lot of it's come from Fancy, who all of y'all know, and all of y'all shout how she lies about everything. But then there's so many people that take her word and hate Christy on some of the things that Fancy said she's done. Not all of you. I'm not referring about anybody in particular, but a lot of the stuff that people hate her for is not even true.
You're fine, Visions. You're fine. You're fine.
It's always Christy.
Christy's trying to figure out how to get up. She doesn't know. She's not super tech savvy.
While we kind of have like a lull in chat, I figured I would just be like my petty self and say the same thing that I said on Millennials Live yesterday. So, as far as April goes, y'all need to make sure that the lolcow channels are aware of her, because she is a gold mine. She is hilarious, and I really just think they would love her and make her as famous as she thinks she is. So if you know any good lolcow channels, there's, you know, like Kiwi Tapes, Smokey MCC, Bass Shaman. There's a bunch of other people, but I can't think of any at the moment. But just reach out to these lolcow channels, send her clips and all that stuff, and like, I just really feel like that is the direction that this should go.
Christy, I sent it in a text in our chat. That might be easier.
She might have to do what I have to do. I can't just click the link you send. I have to copy it and then paste it in Safari.
Yes, Mummy Brown. They've always done really good at not disagreeing. It just kind of leaving their stuff at the door. I don't know what's.
Wait, who's attacking Boston?
Nobody. I'm trying to figure out. Something upset her a while ago. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Yeah, see, I agree with this here. She says Fancy loves the clout, so she would love it. It would be attention, and it would be a victim complex.
Well, if she does have a humiliation fetish, like I was speculating earlier, that would go right in.
Oh, there she
Is that a real thing? Is that a real thing?
Yes, it is.
I look like crap, probably, but I don't care.
Hey,
But it's still
honey.
saying I'm backstage, so I don't know. Like, this is so confusing.
You were backstage. Now you're on the panel.
No, you're up here. Hi.
Well, I don't even know how to see all the. Let me go back. Oh, chat. I don't comments. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, people. This is my first rodeo. But hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I have gold leaf all over me, so excuse me if I have some on my face or something. Wait, how come I can't see the chat?
Go to comment.
Click on
Where
the
the hell I see comment? I see Mike, Cam,
It'll be to
chat,
the right
more.
side of your screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what it shows on the phone. On my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, mine's on the phone. Is on the phone. That's under comment.
I'm on my phone, so I can't. I don't know. Like I said, somebody needs to help me with this. I don't see. It says you're on you're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you, but I don't. Oh, I could take myself off.
Yeah.
I really don't care.
We're giving
Comments.
Christy a
Join the chat. Okay, found it. Hold on.
So, Dawn, are you still here? Because there's two of you down backstage.
Okay, it says, I'm trying to figure this out. It took me somewhere else. StreamYard wants to access your Google account.
Dawn, is that one you?
Yep, that's me.
Okay.
Continue.
Sorry.
We're having trouble connecting you to YouTube.
Don't go into YouTube because it'll give us all kinds of feedback. We have you and we can hear you and the chat hears you.
Yeah, you're good.
And she kicked herself off. There she is.
I
I'm
think
back.
she's trying to see the chat.
Yeah,
And us too.
chat with everyone in the studio. But I want to see our faces too. Shit.
You're not gonna see our faces. All of us has got logos
None of
up.
us are on camera. I look like death warmed over. I've been
Well,
outside working.
I don't
Now
care
watch a
how
12-hour shift.
y'all see me on TV looking my worst and my best, so it is what it is.
So what do you think about the fact we're all like co-defendants in a lawsuit now?
Well, that's news to me.
I'm guessing
Christy,
that's
we've been trying to have that girls' day, so instead of waiting, we'll just go ahead and do it now. As soon as we get that paperwork.
That's so crazy, y'all. It's like I don't get it, but like I am always the last to know.
I mean, she
You
just said
are.
that she now knew that you weren't behind everything that other people were doing and
But wait,
retracted a lot of stuff. And then now there's a lawsuit.
well, look, before I came on here, I got sent a screen recording of a cease and desist to all of
Yeah.
y'all. Like, my name ain't even on it. I was shocked.
Neither am I. I also feel left out.
Yeah, Laura feels very left out. They did
But
not Into the Weeds
what
was
about the
listed,
cease and desist we gave her?
right? That she
Through a
wouldn't pick
lawyer.
up. She refused to pick it up, and that came through a lawyer.
Right.
Because
So
they're
they asked for,
worthless. They're worthless. Even through a lawyer, they're worthless.
well, look, as for her saying that I was helping Dawn that, do the emails, no, I didn't have time for that then. I don't have time for it now. Like, I was left out in the loop for a lot of that back then. Um, I had talked to, Dawn on the phone a couple of times back in 2019. But as for her with the Nick situation, I had nothing to do with that. I didn't want to get my hands that messed up in that shit. No, no, no. It was a shit show.
I had never heard that story until Sarah said it.
Well, girl, that was
I
news
had
to me too.
never heard that.
But you know what? We just found out a while ago that I didn't hear. I didn't hear this part last night when Dawn was on with Natasha. That she said that Fancy was faking being Tori, pretending to be
Right,
Tori, talking to her.
I know. I listened to the whole thing after uh I got off on Breeze. And I listened to the whole damn thing and I was like, what?
I
Like,
I I I had never heard that, so I was like,
I never heard it either.
it was a shock to me. Like and the fact that Tori
No.
never even said that Fancy was
Consider the source though.
right.
Consider the source. That's all I gotta say. I mean,
Well, I mean,
I
I'm
lose
beginning to
brain
wonder if
cells.
Fancy and Tori weren't into a lot of shit and lying and then lying on each other and lying to everybody else. I mean, there's just a lot there.
But look what Dawn did. We know that Dawn, especially like me being one of the new kids on the block, I've only been in it, what, 14 months now,
You mean
which is
Don
a new kid.
Don Boker?
Yeah, no, Dawn Brown,
Oh,
that of so many things that we have found out that she did and would blame Christy or say that,
Yeah.
so it kind of seems like it's the same situation on that side of, is it, was it Tori or was it Fancy? Or was it Fancy pretending to be Tori?
Look,
Because we know Dawn pretended to be Christy.
it all gives me a freaking headache.
same. I'm so over it.
I still can't wrap my head around a lot of the stuff that I'm getting accused of or things that I'm finding out that Dawn Brown did. I'm like,
But that's what I was
We
telling
might,
you earlier that when I went to Fancy when we started figuring when I was Kendall and I were figuring out that Dawn was into shit and then we went to you with it and then it wasn't what was it a week 2 weeks that Dawn passed away so it was hard because we had no closure we had no answers and we were
like,
still learning stuff.
I, like I told y'all the other night, I'm still having a hard time dealing with the passing of Dawn. Um, I never had talked about it on any social media because I'm still like shocked. I'm
right.
angry. I'm hurt. I still cry. I, I don't, I don't know. It's just, I am a human being. I have feelings.
And I think people
And it,
forget that.
and it hurts that we're still finding out stuff that she was behind, that there's not even ever the chance of asking why.
Like her, poor Jeff, like, he's wondering who the hell she was, and
Yeah,
I
because
don't even
there's
want to have a
some don't know
conversation with them.
it's her husband or boyfriend.
Her
They were
fiance, well, her
fiance,
and her and Toby weren't even divorced yet.
right? He's learning things that she was doing in their own lives that he had no idea, and it was almost financial ruin for him. So
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the other day I was looking through my time hop, and I took screenshots of some pictures she had sent me, and it was her insulin on her car, on her seat of her truck, with syringes. It was like 3 bottles of insulin. And Toby had called me, and he's like, she's gonna kill herself. And I'm like, well, why the hell are you doing calling me? Call the cops. If you don't call the cops, I'm gonna call the cops. And I mean, so he ended up calling the cops and stuff like that. And it was like crazy because it was not long after she had her surgery, had her open heart surgery, where I was listed as her sister. So when the doctor would go in and talk to Toby, I could, he'd call me. So it's like, if she hated me like she said or whatever, why would she have put me as a sister,
Mhm.
especially for something that important?
I
and then
don't know that she hated you back then. I think it's right the opposite. I think, and this is me looking in because of course I wasn't there, but I think maybe some of the things that she was behind, she probably did it thinking she was
She's gonna
doing
get
right.
caught. I think
No,
she
I
thought
mean,
she would get caught too.
I wish she would have just come clean and
and
I
said
would.
that,
the later stuff that
yeah.
that she gave Nina and that she gave Thea and a few of the others. I think that happened after Jasmine pulled the stunt that she did on the
Hmm.
Yeah.
PR bullshit, and because I
Because
think
she
Dawn
was
was
hurt.
extremely hurt, and
We all got hurt with
she
that
acted out.
crap.
That was a
Yeah.
nightmare. I don't think you
It ended
guys
up,
know all that story. Were y'all around for
No,
the?
I don't think a lot of them are.
No, I don't think.
there's a lot of new faces since then.
That's a whole nother story. That will make your brains like flip a bunch of times because
I
it's
just
so
can't make, I just
hours.
can't make myself believe that some of the stuff that she did in the beginning, that she did because of any other reason, but she thought maybe she was doing right by you and by Gypsy. Later on, I think it was out of retaliation.
I mean, there was a lot of things that she did, and then she let me know after the fact. Guess what I just did? I'm like, why you did that?
Yeah.
Why you did that?
And all
You
of that
know?
stuff ended up making you look bad. And so many people's got these false
Yeah.
opinions of you based on lies that April tells or stuff that Dawn did.
I mean,
I
don't
mean,
get
you
me
admit
wrong.
it to me. You admit it to me what you did. Yeah.
At the very beginning, when this all happened, I did lean on her because I didn't know there were hate groups that existed. I didn't know.
Hmm.
I had no clue things like that existed. And I got thrown to the wolves big time, but she was there. And it just started, small talk. And then it came to where we were on the phone for hours and hours and hours. And so, did I definitely need her help at the beginning, the very beginning? You're damn right. But as it got, further on, I mean, I didn't need anybody's help. Sometimes you need backup, you know, as we all do, and
Support.
we'll, you know,
Yeah.
talk to our friends or tag them in something, and so they could see. But did I say, Dawn, do X, Y, and Z? No, no, I didn't.
I just wonder if it's not insensitive to ask if anyone could give us a real quick week recap of how what Don Brown did that is being discussed. The only time I heard her mentioned was when Fancy did her supposed memorial video about her where she went back and forth from saying she was sorry she was gone and insulting her. And I
She didn't
don't
have
know
the
any
right
of the
to
background.
she didn't have the right to even do that. But that's my opinion. Um, girl, we'd be on here for hours
I
to
gotcha.
explain a lot.
Brandy, you can give
It's
Dawn
where
quick
do you start?
PowerPoint.
somebody who had one of the original Facebook groups on Gypsy that started in 2015. And
Before court.
before any of it, right after they were arrested.
There
And
was, I mean, the OGs in that were Billy. Billy has passed away too. There was Jana, Billy Wiles, Jana Cox. She has passed away. Dawn, she has passed away. It's like, do people want to be my friends? Because everybody's passing away. Um, and me and, you know, Rita Robertson Sanders, she has passed away last year.
Night Dawn. Is
Like
Dawn
there was a lot of them that were the OGs in there, and she helped me, I guess, like learn the tricks or learn what this meant and learn what that meant. And Dawn was like, I know a bunch of people. I've been doing this for years. So I was like her little student, I guess. She taught me, how to do things or what to say, what not to say, because I didn't have a filter then. I really don't have a filter now. But
well,
I've
and you were
learned.
trying to learn.
I have to learn. I mean,
Brandy, give a breakdown though, so it makes sense to.
yeah, make it make sense. Because my mind is, whoop.
Okay. I was playing with the gold thing that YouTube adds to this. Now I didn't realize it did that. That's kind of cool. Thank you, Rebrand, for the super chat. And I have no idea what my special thing is for that. So Lord, and the people that were around in the beginning with Dawn, I don't know that any of them, I haven't seen any of them anywhere.
Jackie. But her and Jackie quit talking. Jackie Stover, they quit
I
talking.
think everybody that was involved with her did quit talking to her because things just went weird.
Well, the Jackie thing, that was a big fracas, which that's in French. It's a big argument, a big disagreement between me and Jackie. So that they ended their friendship because Dawn took up for me but her and Jackie had did stuff before in groups and shit, which I didn't know.
But she would come in and like she would come over to us and she would like give us some story of something going on, and then she would go to other people and give them a different story, and then it would have people kind of fighting, and none of us realized that until years later. And even last year, like she kind of came in and she asked Christy to get her hooked up with me because we had not talked since 2019. And Christy gave her my number. Christy gave me Dawn's number, or whatever. We both got numbers. And
it all went that way, yeah.
And we began talking, and it was about trying to get Fancy to calm the fuck down. And trying to get some peace because she was calling Christy DD 2.0. She was accusing Christy of being involved with the murder. She was accusing Christy of stealing pills. And there was more. It just kept going. And
she said there was no prescription pad that I found.
Right.
So Mike pulled that out his ass too.
And she was saying that
Christy.
She came out and said that Christy is the reason was behind pages that Natasha's mods made about Fancy. There was
Yeah, I wasn't no part of that.
there was another buy proxy that was BYE proxy. There was Free Craig. Hi, Wawa. Sweet
Because
Poof. There were these pages, and those pages were really kind of going at Fancy.
yeah, she thought I was part of all of that. She thought I was part of Free
Right.
Craig.
She said that she
I was like, what
started,
are you talking about?
and I know for a fact who all started them because they became friends of mine, and actually all
They
of
all
her
admitted it.
and sent fancy gifts afterwards. So the fake by proxy page was made before that mod ever met Natasha. And then the other pages were the mods just doing it because of the stuff. And now Christy did, when she was hurt, tell Natasha about the whole
I did.
STD thing. And she owned that. She said
I will be the first to admit that I did it.
Can we
She
be
pissed me
petty
off.
and ask? Can we be petty and ask about it?
Yeah, ask away.
Just wondering what happened. Like, what did
Oh.
Fancy do?
Okay. Oh God, Brandy's laughing because she knows where this is going.
Oh boy.
Okay. There was one day I got a call and they're like, you need to watch YouTube, put it on YouTube. So I put it on YouTube and it's Brandy, April, and Katie Joy all talking. Well,
the disaster.
Nancy said I was 9,000 times worse than Dee Dee. Okay. Now, I'm on the phone with Natasha Cooper at this time, and a call comes in and it said Katie Paulson. And I'm like, Natasha, Katie Paulson's calling me. She's like, oh, girl, let's hang up and answer it. So I did. And she asked me she asked me if I knew who she was. I'm like, yeah, I know who you are. I watch, your channel sometimes and this and that. Well, we just got to bullshitting and talking and during this time, I was pissed. And I came with every receipt I have. Everything that April said, that Michelle Dean fired us. No, not true. I gave KJ the text where I'm letting her go. When was this?
This was in
2019.
This would have been, I believe, August, July or August of 2019.
Somewhere around.
Yeah,
that.
we did
Yeah.
an interview, and let me get a little bit of backstory on that interview. We did that interview, and it was one of those, we literally told her, look, we're still trying to work through things with the family. We are no longer working with the family, but it's peaceful. So we're asking you to please not go public with anything we're talking about. This is just sharing some info with you. But when we can, you have the first option to go live with it. She agreed. Well, then as soon as she gets off, she calls Christy. And it was like, then it all blew up. And when it blew up, that was when Fancy put that video out because Katie went live saying we said things we didn't say. So the video, people said, well, y'all were such mean girls. I'm like, yeah, because it wasn't ever supposed to be published.
Right.
But
And look,
we had to put it out.
to let y'all know,
And
I
they combos
never went after Brandy because considered a source where she was getting her shit from. So I never went after Brandy. I targeted April. And I'm the type of person, I'll fly by the freaking seat of my eye. I was pissed, y'all.
And I was rough on Christy back then, y'all. I was not. I was
It's
rough.
okay. It's okay.
But I explained it to
that's
Christy,
the
and she's like,
past.
I see why you would be that way. It's okay. And so we've passed it.
It's squashed. So in the Mean Girl Facebook group is where it was 5 of us. I mean, I won't say their names.
Yeah, because
don't
no longer here. Bowker
Right.
was one of them. Bowker was there.
Well,
don't say last
Walter-
names.
Well, she was the one that had said, yo, me and there was another girl in the
Let me
group
give
that
a
said-
warning real quick. Trigger warning, because this is petty as shit, and it might be
It is.
traumatizing to your ears and your stomach and your eyeballs and anything else that you think of.
And God forgive me for saying what I'm about to say.
It's my fault. I asked for the
So
petty.
And then you can blame
she,
1980 later on.
Boker
Hey,
and
let's
calls
let's
her.
not say no one's last name.
Okay, well, she calls her, and she, April got mad because she was pleasuring herself, what was said, and because she called this STD and all of this shit. And then one of the other girls was like in the chat said, "Oh my God, I feel so violated. I need to talk to my therapist about this." And I was like, "Oh my God." So I went in there and I said, "I'm pissed. This is what Fancy just said about me. Do y'all mind if I let Natasha know?" And I didn't even give them a chance to reply. I just sent it all to freaking Natasha. All the
You
screenshots.
sent her
Take
screenshots
it
of Fancy
and
saying
do
that.
what you got to do with it. Because Natasha had a big platform. I
Yeah.
had never did a Facebook Live, never none of that. This is the first time I'm ever on a YouTube Live. So Natasha let the world know that
She went live,
April,
y'all, with a maxi pad that was painted green. And
was that when she couldn't get the one of them she did, she couldn't, that fake eyelashes, she couldn't get off
she'd
of her.
already done
So
fake eyelashes all over her face to make fun of Fancy's
she
PCOS.
couldn't take them off.
And
There was,
then she did and it was bad. It was probably not her best moment, but
it was not my best moment either.
Well, you just
I
got called. You just called
look,
DD 2.0 or
I
9,000 times
saw
worse than DD. I'd be pissed too.
red. I saw red. And I forgot all about it. I forgot all about it. Months go on, and April texts me, and she's like, "Did you say this?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" Totally forgot. And so she's sending me these screenshots of our Facebook Messenger group. And
That
how the
was
hell she got
private, right?
this? Yes. Well, she convinced one of the girls, "Oh, I need your password. I need to go look at something." And
well,
she went
she had
through
forgotten
all the
that she had done
messages.
that a long time ago, and
Right.
she remembered and went in the middle of the night, was
Mm-hmm.
going in different people's chats, reading all the stuff and running her mouth, and then come back and was like, and the next day was telling me what she did. And I'm like, why are you in that woman's Facebook? Like, that's not
Right.
okay. It was bad. It just
So she's
hyped
working at me
herself.
like a freaking chihuahua. Okay. And I'm like, I am trying to go back. And I'm like, let me go and look in the messages and see. Let me go look. So it took a lot of scrolling, saw it, and I said, you know, yeah, I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it. But let me tell you why I did it. Because you said I was 9,000 times worse than Dee. So, yep, I did it.
Yeah,
Took
I
accountability
don't
for it.
blame.
Like, I just got an alert on my Apple Watch that my blood pressure just went.
I'm
Because
so
it
sorry.
pisses
I
me
can't
off.
blame anyone for getting over triggered by Fancy. Like, yeah, Fancy
Like,
is.
I don't care if you call me a bitch, a slut, or whatever. Don't tell me I'm worse than Dee.
What
Because I'm
I
not.
was really wondering from you was, it like for sure that was actually screenshots of something that Fancy said. That was my petty coming in, and you confirmed
I got
that.
the
So thank you for.
screenshot. Yeah, I still got those screenshots, girl.
You
Yeah.
sent
Oh,
them to
nice.
me a long time ago, Christy.
I sent them to you too if you want them,
Because
Because
babe.
when me and you
basically
first,
you
when me and you,
fabricated that. You're mad at her.
when me and Christy first started talking, I straight up said, because I only knew what Fancy had been telling the world.
I was an
Fancy thinks
open
me and
book
Christy were
pretender.
friends. Fancy thought that me and Christy were friends, and that's why I was dragging Fancy. Christy and Gypsy had nothing to do with why I was dragging Fancy. I dragged her because of what she did to Brandy. I wasn't
I
even
just
talking to
liked,
Christy
yeah,
back then.
I just liked nice
And
content at that time. I
yeah,
didn't
but
know.
we never had a conversation. And
Never.
so the first time we talked, we were on the phone for 7 hours. And I straight up asked, it's like, what have you done? I'm not going to judge you. I understand, why, if it was my kid, I would do anything I possibly could to protect my kid. And if somebody's going to attack my family the way yours is attacked, I'm going to do whatever I have to do to still stand up for my family. But I want to know what you've done, what you were behind, what you were aware of, because, Fancy blames you for everything. And
That one thing. That's it.
Christy told me, the whole story and sent me what she did.
That interview that we did with Katie Joy was the catalyst for a lot of shit. I mean, there was already quite a bit happening because Gypsy had already fired Fancy. She had already, because of the interviews that Fancy did and In Touch, she said some shit about Ken, and then there was some other shit said in Facebook groups about Ken, and Gypsy was like, I'm done. And then she told Christy, no more. You choose me or you choose Fancy.
And at that
Oh,
time,
that was another question I had too, because Fancy
right,
always said that
I was still
Christy
working with
stayed,
them.
yeah, that she stayed friends with Fancy behind Gypsy's back, and I wanted to know the truth with that. And
I, I
Christy
I
said
told Gypsy recently about this,
that
and
she
I was like,
stayed peaceful with her, just
I
because it
needed
was,
to slowly wean
yeah.
myself out because we would be could be me, her, and Tori on the phone. Tori has to hang up, and she starts talking about Tori lower than a dog. You know, she did that to everybody,
Everybody.
everybody. So these people that are in her life now think that they're something special. They'll learn. That's all I'm gonna say. They'll learn. But as many times as she's thrown everybody under the bus, that one person comes in, oh, I'm not gonna be that person. She's not gonna do it to me. Your number's coming.
Mm-hmm.
And then they come to us, oh, blah 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 blah, and it's like, well, if I would have told you before, you wouldn't believe me,
Hmm.
you know. But that's her MO. That's what she does. That's like she lines them up and finds the weakest one and gravitates
Well, that's why
to
I
that
never
one.
lasted longer than 1 to 2 months at a time because
Right.
she couldn't bully. She couldn't push me to do it her way or agree with her 100%.
And she couldn't control me.
And when I was talking to her, and she would tell me all this stuff, about Christy, and I told her straight up, I was like, listen, Christy's never sent me to do anything. She's never asked me to do anything. I know a
Tell me
lot of
to.
shit that I've never said nothing to nobody and never would, even if our friendship ended tomorrow, it wouldn't
Right.
matter. Um, and if I find out that Christy is behind some of the things that you say she's behind and that she's kept it from me, I will
You
be
want
the
me to get
first
my
to call it out.
Bible right now? I'll go get my Bible and put my
But
hand
I
on
told
it.
her, I said, I'd be the first to call it out because I trust
Yes.
her, and I would be heartbroken if
I
she was
would.
behind some of the things that she's accused of being behind and that she didn't come to me and say, hey, this person's really coming after me. I'm behind this or I'm a part of this. I was like, I would understand why she is, but to keep it from me when we're out there defending, to have something come back and find out
Yeah.
that you are behind something that we've said, no,
I
she's
keep my
not,
own hands. How about that?
you
Christy
know.
only ever gave me one thing to use, and that was her email to News Nation. That's it.
Yep.
And I put that on
That's
my
it.
live because Christy wanted her to know, yes, bitch, it was me.
I wanted the recognition.
You
She
admitted
blamed me
to
so much. That's why she blamed me. I was accused of doing this and doing that and doing this and doing that. Well, no, I was responsible for this, you know, and I wore that banner proudly. I mean, enough's enough. I mean, all these content creators, this, especially one that doesn't live far from me, I've had it. I'll be going get legal things done next week. I'm just gonna I don't need a lawyer because I have enough proof to show. I mean, the cops here even told me, girl, go get a cease and desist, go get a, protective order put on her. Well, this last thing she said about me, that I'm buying, drugs from my family members. No, the only place I buy my drugs from is my pharmacist when I go get my medication. So that right there pisses me off
Yeah, but
because,
I know what you're on. Your medication's not on a narcotic list. Your
no,
medication isn't that kind of medication.
I know. I take, I have restless
The
leg
woo
syndrome,
bestie is
people. That
way out
shit
of pocket.
sucks.
That girl's
You know what I'm
scary.
saying? It's like,
What's that?
I don't,
1980.
I said woo
I
woo
don't,
bestie is way out of pocket. That girl's scary.
She's off her rocker.
Listen, even if
Yeah.
somebody hates Christy, even if someone like literally despises her and hate her, what that girl's doing, if you can sit with that girl and say that this is okay to do any other human that way, you're just as sick as they are. And I've been
no,
telling Christy for a while, I'm tired of fighting this battle. If you're not going to fight it because you've got enough. Like me and
well,
Brandy's
Well,
had
you
this
can
conversation.
disagree
the
with
thing is,
someone, you can disagree and dislike someone and still never ever wish harm or do something that would actually cause them harm. I mean,
Right.
I absolutely, y'all know I've been up here talking about how much I hate Fancy, and I
I watch you
still,
all the time.
oh, well, thank you, Christy. I appreciate
I
that.
watch your
I've seen
stuff.
you sharing my stuff sometimes, and I have wondered if you know that I don't like Gypsy in
Right.
addition to Fancy.
But
I
that's,
figure maybe you're balanced enough to not
you
care.
know, right.
No,
I'm
she
an
knows I
adult.
have
You're an
my
adult.
opinions, but she knows I have my a different opinion on
I,
Gypsy.
I can't make anyone change their mind on
Yeah.
Gypsy. The only
Mm.
thing I could do at the end of the day, if I'm talking to someone one on one, is maybe at the end of the conversation, I'm not saying you're going to change your mind. You might just see things more in my perspective. But, and if you don't, that's okay too.
Well, I agree to
I
disagree
don't want
with
to
a whole bunch
control
of people.
anyone, and I
Yeah.
don't want to say like, oh, if you talk bad of Gypsy, I'm not going to talk to you. I mean, come on, we're all adults.
I mean, have
I
y'all
don't
not heard
condone
Yeah,
what she
any
did.
absolutely.
nonsense about
I've,
Gypsy?
I've always said I never condone what she did, but I understand why she did what she did. I don't condone
Well,
it.
you know where we can absolutely agree on is I love Gypsy's email firing Fancy. She told no lies, and I'm 100% behind it.
I
She
think
went
it's
Well,
just
off.
kind of
She ate
neat
her
to see
up.
everybody go, damn, Gypsy, that was good. That to me has
she
been kind of
Yeah,
cool.
she didn't hold no
everybody agrees.
punches. She didn't hold no punches when it
No,
came
she
to
told no
her.
lies.
Like she didn't want me to like Dawn Brown. She didn't want me to like Ken. It was like just because you don't like them, that doesn't mean I have to not like them. I mean, I'm not in high
Yeah.
school. I'm my own person. That was the thing with when it came to April. It's like if just like with the Natasha stuff, Dawn Brown is the one that got me to talk to Natasha on the phone before I'd even seen anything Natasha had did. Heard about it and everything. And me and Natasha had a very civil phone call. We both agreed to disagree. I mean, we weren't yelling at each other. We weren't calling each other names or anything like that. And then here comes Fancy or April, whichever one of F by, whichever name I feel like calling her.
Yeah,
That's what I do.
she does call her F back. That is
April.
her
Call her
slang
April.
I've
name.
got a lot of people started calling her that, y'all. Like a lot of people.
She doesn't deserve to
Uh,
be called fancy. It's a
She doesn't.
delusion.
That's what I said earlier, that I'm going to quit calling her Fancy because she is not acting like somebody that deserves that name.
No, it's just
yeah.
fitting into her delusion. And I just think it's so beautiful that a bunch of very different people can come together on a mutual disdain for Fancy Maselli. I'm sorry, April Johns.
Look, she was like, I'm gonna go in Natasha's group and say something. And I have the text message. I'm like, don't stop. It's unprofessional. You know, everybody else we worked with before didn't do none of that, like step away from the laptop. Go have a spa day, something. Get away from your laptop. You need to get away from your laptop. Begged her and begged her. And she went in and all hell broke freaking loose.
Oh, I can
And
imagine.
oh Lord. That was the popcorn show for sure. When it all first. But I didn't need her to go in and say anything. I didn't need her to go and try to rescue me or anybody else because I didn't really care. I didn't care. What I don't know doesn't hurt me. All my friends know. All my friends know. If it's said 1,000 times, I've heard it, whatever, don't bother me with it. But if it's something alarming, yes, please let me know. And I, get
Which is what I
things
did the
every
other
once in a while.
day when Sarah was on Into the Weeds and said that you and Gypsy bankrolled Dawn Bowker.
That's a
I
bunch
mean,
of bullshit.
I
I
took
haven't
a
heard it.
screen record of that and sent it to Christy and said, "What the fuck is going on right now?"
Apparently, they think I have a money tree. I don't know.
That's
But
something too that I don't get because I know your money situation. I mean, we talk about everything. Like, why? I don't understand why they think you're rolling in money.
Well, it's
and I'm not.
crazy because they literally said, we talked about this earlier before you came up here, Christy, but they said that you were paying my mom and I to go out to Chillicothe. And the whole reason why we even went was just to like document it. And we didn't think that all of that bullshit with the assault thing was going to happen. It was crazy. But can you confirm for everyone? Like, we've never spoken until just now. You probably didn't even know who I was. Like,
Right. Well, I had seen your first video after,
It was their
supposedly
video, Christy,
pushing
why me
thing.
and you started talking.
Right. But
Because
yeah,
no,
this
it
is the
wasn't.
first
No, it
time
wasn't. No, it
I've
was
ever
Veda.
talked to her.
It was Veda put up that forged
Yeah.
contract, and I
Right.
text you and I said, "Is that the forged contract?"
Yeah.
That's
This is the
when it
first time
wasn't
I
Into the
talked
Weeds. It
to
was Veda.
Alora.
Yeah.
Alora? That's how you pronounce it? Alora?
yeah, Laura.
I want to say Aurora all the time, Lord.
No, call me
Um,
whatever. You're good.
but yeah, this is our first time we ever talk.
Yeah.
First time. Like I felt sorry for y'all.
Oh,
I
don't.
did.
It was fine. And
When
that
y'all got pushed into this bullshit because it's a bunch of bullshit. I convinced Sarah to send me that video.
Oh,
Did.
yeah, that, yeah.
And I'm
I'm not gonna talk
I
about stuff
watched
before I
it
see proof.
and I was like, me and Kendall both watched it and I'm like, where's the push? There's no like there's no push.
And Christy
I
was
didn't
like,
talk to Sarah
I can't
till what way after a while after
after
they were back
Missouri.
from
Yeah.
Missouri. And
Because I didn't want Sarah to go down for, because
right.
I
For
didn't want Sarah to go
anybody?
down for this. She had no business being there, and it's just,
No.
I didn't like, Casey's the
This was
one that has
some
caused all this shit. Sarah's just kind of the victim.
this
But
was some girl that got freaking suckered
yeah.
and sucked in to this.
And then Christy seen the video, or Christy you didn't even watch it at first. You finally watched, because
No,
at first you were saying, I'm not going to watch it till we can watch it together.
right.
And then you watched it, and you finally you asked me, did I watch it? And I couldn't never get it. Remember, I couldn't
No,
get
so
it
I
through
then I screen
the
recorded and
yeah.
sent it.
Yeah, I couldn't get it through Messenger or something. And you wouldn't even say, you said, I'm not even going to tell you what I think until you watch it. And then I watch it. I'm like,
Did you see what I see?
did you see what
I
I
didn't
see?
see nothing.
Because the
No
girl
chest
wasn't
bump,
touched. The girl
not at all.
wasn't touched at all. And Chrissy's like, there's no helping her. She's
No,
lying.
because she wanted me to talk to Mike, you know.
And Chrissy's like,
And I'm like, how can I talk to Mike if
when it's
what you're
yeah.
saying didn't happen?
Well, I just can't believe that she went up and talked to Mike after they allegedly called him like a day or so before. Like, we
Look,
didn't know about any of that. That's like crazy.
I told Kendall this and I told Sarah this. I said, April was back there giving her statement. I'd have freaking said, y'all could have her, y'all on your own later and go pack my shit
Mhm.
and get the hell out.
But that's when we thought that
Trying to be,
Sarah really was chest bumped and ended up in the middle of this shitstorm, you know.
Just
And
say
then
that
we seen,
before I saw the video, I didn't believe that story. I'm just going to leave that right
and
there.
then the kidnapping. Come.
Oh my goodness. How this is the first kidnapping in history where the kidnappee had
And
a
I
gun.
forgot the gun. Right.
Yeah, she's always strapped, as she
And
says,
live
but
stream the whole thing.
Right.
I told her, I
Right.
said,
That's
Fancy,
not
I said,
somebody that's scared for their freaking life.
she gave me that story and I laughed and she said, it's not funny, Brandy. And I said, Fancy, do you hear yourself right now?
She done.
Like, do you really believe it was kidnapping? Yes, because kidnapping is blah, 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 blah. And I went, Fancy, I will give you sabotage. I mean, like if you were saying she sabotaged the trip, okay, I could say that's
I didn't even give her sabotage. Me and Brandy had words over that because
Oh,
Brandy's like,
wait.
I could see where that could be
That was
sabotage.
me
And I'm,
that made her
it's
late.
not sabotage.
Supposedly
she didn't
now I was
sabotage
the
her in
one that
any
was
way.
No,
got
I think
Sarah
Sarah's
to
a
go.
little I think Sarah's a little ditzy, and I don't mean that mean. I don't believe she
Right.
felt good. I believe that she did at the last minute, go to take her, and she didn't want to be on the interstate, and a lot of things worked against them getting there quicker. But I don't believe Sarah set out to, oh, I'm going to sabotage her, because I know with my beating heart, hand to God, that Sarah and Christy had never even spoken
Look,
before the trip ever. I'm the
this is
one
what
that
I
got them
told
to
I
speak.
told this to Kendall too. I said, look, I'm on a road trip. I make a wrong turn all the time. It's not a complete trip until I make a wrong turn. So I said, so Kendall, if you and I are driving somewhere and I take a wrong turn, I'm kidnapping you. You know how many people are kidnapped? My own family, because I always take a wrong turn. I mean, like I said, it's
well,
not
Sarah,
a full
I
trip until I do.
said, Sarah, why did it take y'all so damn long to get there when the trip should have taken you? I don't remember what I had looked it up. And she said, well, because I have a fear of the interstate. And so I always take the back roads because I'm terrified of driving on the interstate, the big trucks
With the
screaming.
big trucks. Because she
And
Hey,
didn't know I was a truck driver at the time. She
it
said
was
those
like,
trucks
no,
act like they own the road.
it was a whole long conversation. So I already knew what look, I know people that
I
are
didn't
scared
know
of the highway.
that.
So I still to this day, even though y'all know I don't like her, that is what happened. She
hey,
don't like the highways, huh?
it's not just that. It was also raining like crazy out there. I just wanted to interject real quick because I drove that. I mean, I didn't
The
I
weather
remember
was
them,
drive the
bad.
same
I remember
way.
them saying the storms. It was really bad.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
bad. And I was driving my mom's truck and I didn't even feel comfortable in it. So I can understand if Sarah already has a fear of the interstate, is stressed out by whatever Fancy's doing or saying. I can only imagine what it would be like to drive with her.
Plus,
Right.
you
I
got to
have to give her
remember
credit.
too that how long was Fancy on the live
The whole damn
ranting and
hour.
raving on the highway while Sarah's trying to keep her mind on what's going on around her in the rain?
That would
I
stress
think
me
Sarah
out.
said she didn't
That's
even know
just
that she was
stressful.
on live half the time.
Yeah, that's Sarah did tell us that she told me and Christy that Fancy would be on live, just holding the camera in front of her on live, and didn't even know half the time that she was live.
No, she thought April was talking to her half the time.
Hmm.
But I
So
had
I don't
told
believe there was no sabotage. There definitely wasn't no
I told her, I
kidnapping.
said, if you were coming out and telling people you felt like Sarah sabotaged you, people are going to believe you and not think you're a flat out idiot. Right now, you sound like a crazy lunatic because there's no way that was kidnapping. Well, that pissed her off. We had a huge argument about
Well,
that. I
if
think
she
that
thought
was
it
one of
was
the,
kidnapping, why she didn't? Had to make a police report. Why she didn't say she really felt like she was getting kidnapped?
oh,
Well, that's also a slap in the face of people that was really being kidnapped.
Mummy Brown ain't wrong. She says people like Fancy take a lot of emotional energy to be around, and that is why Christy and Vicky were extremely worried about me, and especially Vicky. Oh, I love her. She was here earlier. She would message me like at least once a week. I'm really worried about you, Brandy. I'm really
Yeah.
worried.
Oh, I need to
she's
tell. I
not
should tell her
safe.
I'm going because she'd have a fit that I'm not. Somebody better text her
Okay.
because she's gonna be like, "Bitch, why you didn't tell me you were on?" I don't want to get foosed.
But I completely
But
felt so bad for Sarah. I just, wanted to help.
well,
But then
yeah,
after we seen the video, it was like there's nothing we can do to help you. You straight up
no,
lied, and we're not gonna lie for you. So it is what it is. The
I sent
video
it to
is
Mike.
was the cherry on top. Is that we're not gonna lie for you.
Well, I sent it. I showed my husband. I mean, and y'all, I've shared the story. Yes, I'm the one that leaked it. I gave it to Crafton, told her to make sure it got out. He gave it to Resident Midnight. She put it out. And she didn't know it came from me. She can tell y'all she didn't, but she did. And here's why. I wanted everybody to see they were lying because
Well, because we
it
think
was
of
just
our first rodeo.
right.
We know.
I showed my husband and I'm like, babe, because I'm looking at this a little bit differently. Look at me this, and what do you see here? And he said, I see a man trying to get past a woman that's in his face.
And
So,
laughing and kept saying, I am with the media. Yes, I am. And she told me and Christy that she froze, that she
She
almost
didn't
fell down and
freeze.
froze. And she sat and argued with him another 30 seconds. Like, when did you freeze?
but I
I
Now,
didn't
wish.
know, like when she
Alora,
said,
you were
what
in
the,
the elevator coming down, and you caught this, right?
Oh,
It was your
yeah, I
mom
was in the
sitting with.
elevator.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
It was your mom sitting with April. Okay.
yeah.
so
So my
go ahead, Laura.
no, I was just gonna say my mom was sitting there, and she kind of didn't really realize what was going on. Like it was all kind of happening pretty fast, and as you can imagine, being in there with Fancy, she acts the way that Fancy does, and it made
She's
my mom real
dramatic.
nervous. And
I
so
guarantee you this too.
she saw him in her face, but like she didn't see a chest bump. And then like I said a
Because it
million
was a
times, who's
gun.
gonna think that she's gonna lie about an assault that happened in front of so many people? So we just kind of were like, oh,
Me.
we took it at face value. Um,
Me.
but
I
as far
think
as
April went with all intentions of starting something with Mike.
yeah, and just the
She had a
fact
plan.
that Sarah had the audacity also though to say that it almost seemed sexual in nature, like the assault. And
There was
I'm
nothing.
sorry, huh?
There was nothing like that. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I was like, if you want to say it was rude for him to get as close to you as, he did, fine. But it just the fact that she would throw that out there just kind of rubbed me the wrong way and told me all I need to know about it. But my mom, I went past her a minute ago and she wanted me to make sure that everyone knew that we were kind of worried about Sarah. We think that she really only went along with reporting this whole thing because the ride back with Fancy would have been absolutely horrible, and who knows what Fancy would have done to her, or not necessarily physically, you know what
I
I
agree
mean,
with
but
that.
I agree with
what would
that.
she do if she wouldn't have catered to her every whim?
Here's
What
something else
Yeah.
too that I'll say for Sarah, and God knows I right now I have nothing for her, but I do believe, and I do believe this. I don't know if I believe every detail she's ever told me because there has been so many lies, but I do believe in her past. There has been some real DV in her past. And if you've ever been a
Oh,
woman
for sure.
that's had that in their past, and then you do have this man towering over you, it even though we sit there and we did watch her argue with him, and you would think that, you would just freeze. I do believe it hit her after she probably walked away from him because
Yeah.
there's too much evidence from you and your mom that she was shaking and she was really upset. Now, if that would have happened to me, I would have bounced back at him, but I don't have any DV in my past like that.
Right. That would have
So,
been me too.
I would have went head to head with
I
him.
would have
Yeah.
But
left it too.
I know women and friends that are really close to me that do have that type of emotional trauma in their past. And if somebody's towering over you like that, and that you have that moment of, oh my God, that just happened, and those feelings come back that you think you've got packed away, and all of a sudden they're at the forefront. I can see her being sick to her stomach and shaking and just
Oh
but
yeah.
crazy
I can
afterwards.
understand that. But here's the thing: what she
Yeah.
said on with Laura and Amber the other night, when she said they had already been on the phone with Mike before the incident and he didn't want anything to do with them, they should have known not to go to that table.
Wait,
Period.
who
Oh,
was
I
on the phone
agree.
with Mike?
I absolutely agree with that. I'm just saying after the fact of what happened, I agree with that part. But I'm saying that the moment this big man's towering over you and is,
Bubbles is
you
right.
know,
People that have been
Yeah.
through that don't bow up at men either. And she was in his face.
see, that's what I'm
Well,
saying. It, like,
so
if for me myself, I'd have went head to head with him, but I don't
Me
have that
too.
type of trauma in my past.
Me too.
I do, but I'm also very
uh,
much a scrapper, and so I would have done it way differently. But
It's a Southern thing.
it's a Southern
you know,
thing.
everybody's different, and
Yeah,
I would have been probably uncomfortable too in the same circumstance. And we see how she was made uncomfortable just by, the body language and everything. Like we see how just all around it was inappropriate, but it was also inappropriate on her end. So I understand how she was intimidated, but the way that she spun it just makes me a little uncomfortable.
So your mom
yeah. I
said.
don't know
gotta
where
be real.
the
So
sexual aspect come in at.
She was
Amber
sobbing.
says she was sobbing in the courthouse bathroom. Do y'all think she was sobbing because of the incident or because of the
Yeah,
way
she was.
April made it worse?
Probably a little bit of both.
Thank
I
you,
gotta be real, like being.
Woo-hoo!
Oh, hey, that's my husband.
I was wondering because the name is so close. I was like, oh, we have another one like yours. I need to get me a little video to play for cute super chats.
So what y'all
So
think? Do y'all think it was more she was crying because of April or
No, I think
I
that
think
she
it was
was.
a mixture.
Well, she was probably already stressed out about April and also stressed out about her health. Like she genuinely was in a bad spot. So I do
Right.
empathize with her in certain ways.
'Cause
But
she
she
did
was
tell
shaken
us
up by
she
the
said,
situation. She absolutely was. And I
yeah,
can understand why.
The point is, she should have never been in Missouri in the first place.
I'd have
Nope.
left
for
April there. I'm
me,
sorry. I would have. I'd have left.
My ass
oh
would have
yeah.
left her when she threw that fit at the hotel. I'd have left her. Boom, bye, bitch. Walk
For
you
me,
back to the bus.
Later.
whenever I see that video, being a Missouri Ozarks girl, like I don't, you know, Laura, your mom mentioned that most people in the lobby acted like nothing was even happening. Like, we're
Literally
scrapper.
nobody cared.
Yeah, yeah, we're scrapper people. Like that was nothing. Like a
Well,
Missouri person wouldn't react to shit there, honestly. Like
well,
it's
And
so it's just
I would have
that's
been
why
like
no one in the
looking to
lobby was
see, and
reacting.
I don't
Oh
want
yeah,
to
I'd have
know
been
it
my
all.
phone would have been out videoing. Hold on.
I'd have been like, what
I
happened?
also,
yeah,
What?
I
it's
also believe
crazy.
too that I also believe that Sarah knew that because of circumstances in her past, with already being charged with filing a police report, and I'm pretty sure convicted. I'm not absolute, but I'm almost sure was convicted of filing a police report or a false police
Yeah.
report.
Okay.
That I don't know if the person was fake or not. I mean, her story is her ex-husband had money that she didn't, which is a real thing. If one side's got money and the other one don't, justice can turn towards the way of the money. It's just
Oh,
the way it
for
is
sure.
sometimes. Um, so I
Random
won't say that that's fake, but she did have that charge, and I think that prosecuted for it. She knew if the man touched her or not. She didn't want to file the charges, so I agree that what she really had no choice but to go ahead and file it because life. I've never
She
looked at
had
it
a
that way.
choice. She had a choice,
No,
and she chose the
I don't
wrong
know that I see it that way
one.
now because
I,
it's a good way to look at it. That what would her life have
the,
been
what I would have
for the
said,
next few days?
and Kendall, I told you this, and I told this to Sarah. I said, if I'd have been you, I'd have went in that room and said, okay, she wants me to say he pushed me. He didn't freaking push me.
I don't want to make this report, but if she thinks I
I don't,
don't,
right,
make hell, and that's what I'd have done.
right.
But
Let her
that's you
come
and
in and make
me,
the report.
and
Keep her here for
Sarah's
30,
not
40
made of
minutes
that.
so I could pack my shit and leave her here. That's what I would have did.
Yeah, but that's how we are. We're different type of women than Sarah is.
But we also had time to reflect too
There's
on
that
I
too.
could have did this, I could have did that. I mean, I say I could have did that, but would I?
I mean, even the girls say that Sarah sat there crying, saying she did not want to file the report.
Then why the hell did she?
Well, like, I've just never looked at it that way. That
No means no.
I think she felt she really had no choice. What, I don't know.
Well, not telling what she
Yeah, I
told
kind of
her
feel that way
too.
too. And like I do agree with you, Christy. Like in a perfect world, that's probably how she would have assessed
Mm-hmm.
it. But you know, being under April's spell, I guess you could say, probably did something. And having to deal with her for however many days would be insufferable if she didn't do everything that she told her.
And
Girl,
they also hadn't even went to court yet, right? This was before court when it happened,
No,
right?
this is
It was,
so the assault
this was
was
for after,
before. Yeah,
right?
or okay, not assault, but the quote unquote assault or whatever it was happened before
the
court.
incident.
But you guys
Mhm.
are not. They
But they went
reported
make the
it
complaint
after
after
court.
court.
Yeah,
Oh,
and like they
okay.
were
I
talking
think I
to
okay.
an officer in the courthouse lobby, but he told them that they had to go to the station to report it. And then, you know, Sarah was, you know, crying to my mom and I saying, I don't want to report it. I don't want to report it. We just, you know, we should go. I don't want to ever have to come to Missouri again. This is bullshit. And April was just like, hey, if you don't do it, then you've let Gypsy and the Blanchards and Mike Stanfield win. Are you going to let that happen? And she just made her feel like shit.
Because
So
Well,
Christy,
I
you
have a
know, you
question.
set all that up. You
Yeah, what's up?
know that you set all that up too.
Night Combos has a
People
question.
give me too much freaking credit.
Night Combos said, "Well, after dancing in the court parking lot, how did April end up with a charge for the filing over Sarah?" So what happened was when they filed those
She ended up
reports,
with the charge because she
She lied.
lied. She
looked at the
said
video from the
chest bump.
hotel and they looked at the video that they submitted and they realized that they were lying about what happened. And so they filed that on them. And then she didn't show up to court. So now she has a warrant for arrest because people that have court and know that they need to be there let themselves fall asleep.
So I have a question for
Yeah.
you, Alora.
Yeah, what's up?
And I agree
Like,
with that, Random.
when you did I saw you before a video, you were getting ready, and going, and then
Yeah, that was cringy.
I saw the one you did after, where, and I know you corrected yourself, because you said you saw it happen or something in that manner.
100% Random.
She put a voodoo hex on you or something for you to say that? Because if and this was my fear after you said I didn't see it, was why did you say it when you didn't see it? Did she
Well, um,
tell you that,
I haven't watched that video in a minute. It's very
Me
cringe.
neither, but that stuck in my head.
Oh, sorry, you cut out, and then I'm sorry if I talked over you on accident.
It's not no problem. I talk with everybody. I'll see you in the show. But it's like,
Oops, sorry, you keep cutting out.
did she like tell you something to convince you that you saw it, or what?
Well, I never said that I saw it. I feel like from the very beginning, every time, and even on like the elevator in the very first video, which by the way, I wasn't even going to post the first video, but then my mom told me like that she thought that the assault had happened because like we believed them. It basically all just boils down to I didn't think that she would lie about an
Okay.
assault. And I never said that I saw it. I just said that it happened. And that
Well, yeah, it makes people
was my biggest mistake,
tend to
is that I
believe
said
that
it happened without having any proof.
right.
But I really
Right.
don't think at any point in time I said that I actually physically saw it.
No,
I've actually went back and watched that video. What
you
you
haven't,
said
but it
somewhere
makes
along the
you
way in that
wonder.
video, you said, to my understanding,
Hmm.
he chest bumped her, and you kind of do the action of the chest bump.
Right.
But and the first time I watched that video, because I posted on it too. I posted that, why did you say you seen it? And then you say you didn't see it. And then when I went back and rewatched it after somebody else brought it to my attention, that you said in that first video, when it sounds like you're saying you've seen it, you actually say the words to my understanding.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
So, but I did not, the first time I watched it, I agree. It sounded like
Yeah.
you've seen it. So,
I just don't want anyone getting in trouble if she's trying to convince you otherwise. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I know how her brain works. She throws everybody under the bus. Brandy could attest to that. We've gotten thrown under the bus so many times. It's funny,
but
we
even
all get in
Fancy
for
changed her
railroad
story
tracks.
though, Christy. She
Right.
Yeah.
can't really throw other people because I mean, she did a whole video in the hotel where she acts it out and everything, throws her chest up there and
Oh,
acts it
I didn't
out,
see that. I
and
Well,
didn't
it's
see
then
hard.
that.
turns around now and says she didn't even see it because of the angle.
I
It's
see. I
hard
didn't
for
even.
anyone to be thrown under the bus when Fancy now says Sarah kidnapped her for the whole trip.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
there's that.
Right.
I
Right.
do just want to make it clear that like
Alora coming with the facts.
Can't make up some of this shit, man. You
yeah,
can't.
I totally made a mistake 100% by repeating her story without having facts. But again, I never said that I saw it. There was one point, and I think I put this in one of our live streams about it, but the only time that I ever saw, or the only time that I ever said that anybody in our camp saw it, I told Bree in a text that I thought my mom had saw it, but I just hadn't really had much of a conversation with her about it. But that's the only time that my story has changed about, my involvement in it.
Right.
Mhm.
And look, I appreciate you, you know, saying, I didn't
Telling the
see
truth.
it, you know, for
Yeah.
taking accountability for it. I don't care if it would have really happened and you said it didn't happen. And then you saw that, oh, never mind, I saw the footage and it did. I wouldn't care either way, of how the chains of events would have went down. Point is, you took accountability for it. You did do another video. You did apologize. I'm glad that you didn't get into any trouble. That I was hoping you weren't going to get into, any trouble because the way she would spin it would
Right. We
be,
don't want to see any
you
more
know,
people go down for her.
no, she needs to go down for her own actions.
Yeah. Well, the only thing
Oh, you're cutting out.
Yeah,
I've always
and
kind of crazy.
look, when she wanted to
Oh,
come down
oopsie.
You're there.
for when she went to come down for the book signing, I was like, somebody, for the love of God, please go pick her up and just call Missouri and say I'm dropping her off at the state line. And leave it at that.
Oh, Elmo. Sarah didn't have a weapon. Fancy had the weapon.
Right. And she always says she's packing. She's packing a bunch of bullshit.
She says she's packing. That's the word. She says she's packing. I mean,
She's
when
packing a
you're
lot of
Hard to
packing,
bikinis
imagine how
because
you
she's so
get
full of
kidnapped
shit.
while you're packing.
you don't tell people you're packing.
What was that, 1980?
It's hard to imagine how you get kidnapped when you're packing and your kidnapper is not.
Right. It doesn't make sense.
Right. I was about to say that. Make that make sense.
Girls, I've got to get off here. I got to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's already 10 o'clock.
Oh, damn.
Oh, I'm surprised Dave hadn't texted me. You were going to call me. Still
Well, let me know when's your next day off, Kendall.
Well, thank
Yeah, who knows when that'll be.
you for coming
That's what
in.
I'm saying. Just text me when's your next day off.
I
I
will.
appreciate the new memberships and the new subs, and thank y'all for remaining civil and being respectful to Christy. I know that.
Look, I could be civil all day long. I
Absolutely.
mean,
I
why
I do
argue?
tend to protect her quite a bit, and I know that irritates people. But y'all see why she's up here and she's sweet as can be, and she gave y'all
Look,
the story.
I will talk to anyone that is civil.
Can,
The first
can
time I
we
talked to
just
Riley
say,
Lee on the phone, she was like, "Oh my God, I thought you were gonna yell and scream at me." I'm like, "What?"
Can we just say though that you won't talk to Naomi and that Naomi needs to just quit trying? Can we say that out loud?
Say it out loud.
Naomi, leave her alone.
She ain't answering you. Quit
I don't
trying to
even see
suck
the
up to
comments.
Christy.
What they saying?
All
I
the
don't
text
know.
messages that you've sent me that she sent you are DMs of trying to, yeah, just get on your good side.
Oh
And all of a sudden
God,
she supports
yes.
Gypsy and
Yes. Like
secretly,
I don't want to have
So
nothing to do with her.
is it
and
Not
sad?
she's trying to give you information on that other Amber woman.
Is it sad that I want Christy to share another really embarrassing story on April?
Okay, I'm out of here.
So petty.
I'm out of here. Good night, girls.
what an
Indulge in that,
embarrassing
Kitty.
story.
Bye, Kendall.
Love
She's
you,
like, Brady,
Kendall.
stop it. I don't even think she knows she's gone. I don't know where she went. It just went black.
That was like a really epic mic drop, Christy.
That really was an epic mic drop, wasn't it?
It was.
When I was live on one of my lives and Vicky was in the chat and she was putting that in the chat and I'm just reading comments and then I'm reading that. I was like, oh my God, wait, what? It's so, we had a whole thing on that one. So yeah.
And from what I understand, Sarah has a similar story, but I'm not going to speak for her.
I've had some stories sent to me. I've just not been able to verify them enough to say them.
Just click that link that I'd sent. She had a phone call. So there are more stories that are very similar.
I've had some sent to me. I just don't know if they're credible.
Yeah, we
So
don't want to.
I've not
Right.
said anything. Yeah, but I've had similar stories sent to me.
A lot of similar stories.
Yeah. Whoops, Christy. Elmo in the chat said she had to go throw up from the memory.
Kendall's gonna kill me because Kendall wants me to be nice and not be petty.
Misbehaving in the chat says Christy needs another link.
There we go. Got it to her.
Cool.
There she is.
Okay. Yeah, my husband was calling me. He told me I call him back. Yeah, it was nasty.
Not something she's expecting.
It's a visual y'all don't want. No, like Vicky says that the reason why April goes after me so hard is because she's like a scorn lover, like somebody that was obsessed, and I'm like, please.
Vicky does feel that way. She feels
Yes.
like you.
And she doesn't hesitate to remind me of that.
Yeah. No, there were no jumping jacks or cartwheels.
Oh God. Mm-mm. Like I was embarrassed for her.
Were they asking Alora that? Didn't Alora say that Fancy, didn't someone, or maybe it was Sarah actually, said that she was twirling around in front of the court doing cartwheels, but I think it wasn't actually cartwheels, just spinning her arms.
Yeah,
Dancing.
the only thing that I saw was her like spinning and dancing and jumping, but I didn't see a cartwheel. I really doubt she can do a
I
cartwheel.
vaguely remember.
Oh, my mom's cutting in. She just came over here. Hold on.
I vaguely
I
remember her trying
saw video
to
of her
do a
dancing.
cartwheel.
Of her dancing.
tried to do
Yeah,
a
she was
cartwheel?
definitely dancing. I'll give you that.
Some people's children.
But
So Lulu B says, "What about Katie Joy? She behaved poorly too." I don't know that you ever got to meet Katie Joy, did you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
If I met her
Ever-
face to face?
Yeah.
No, never met her face to face. But I mean, whenever the day that I talked to her, there was a guy from TikTok, no, from Twitter. It was Steve McRae, I think his name was,
Yes, Steve McRae.
and started, trying to throw her under the bus with me. And I was like, look,
That's
what
all.
goes
That's a
on
whole long
between
history.
y'all is between the two of you. It has nothing to do with me. Aurora Grace, are you okay? She has a heart murmur, so but she's okay. She
So
just,
they were friends, guys, but they never
well,
met personally. And Christy
no,
was being pretty smart with a lot of that friendship.
I, she asked a lot, and I didn't tell her everything she wanted to hear, but Gypsy blocked her. I didn't block her, but then again, she turns on me and Vicky. I have never, ever said anything about her son,
No,
said
Steve
anything about her
McRae is somebody
husband.
connected to Katie Joy. He's not a part of any of this.
Yeah, no, this is, it was a lawsuit or something in 2019. That's all I really know between them two, nothing to do with me. Um, she said, I don't like kids with disabilities. Come on now. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? She says I've threatened her. Never did. Just like April said I threatened her. She said this how many years? And then she finally admitted on Morbid's panel that I never did. Recently. Because Vicky called me and told me about it. And I was like, I need to hear it with my own 2 ears. So she finally sent me the clip. Um, I don't talk bad about people on any public forum. I mean, yeah, I kind of am right now, but it could be worse. I
No,
could be
Katie
a lot,
Joy said that Christy didn't like kids with disabilities, and
right. And that's so far from the truth. And everyone that knows me, that knows my heart,
thank you, Elmo.
knows I'm not like that. You know, um, I mean, I don't know what the deal is with these people. What pisses me off is they're lying and they know they're lying. And I could say, tell Katie to put her hand on a Bible and say that why she don't believe in God. She thought I was
Can I
going
ask?
to get upset about her not believing in God. I said, no, I'm just gonna pray for you a little more.
Can I ask real quick? Did Katie Joy say that in some way independently, other than repeating the fact that, if you watch my channel, I'm sure you know I'm from Aurora, Missouri. I don't live there anymore, but I'm from there. Lived there when Dee Dee and Gypsy arrived. And I know Dee Dee was telling everybody that y'all was calling Gypsy the R word at the Special
Never,
Olympics and all that stuff. And I don't believe that because
no, never did.
I don't believe the things that Dee Dee said, but I was just wondering, did Katie Joy say that in a separate context from that, or was she just repeating what Dee Dee said? Like, I'm not a Katie Joy fan. I'm just wondering what's happening here
I have
because
the
I don't watch
slightest
her.
idea because I didn't even know that she was. I think she might have got that from because it was in the first season. Gypsy telling me, what Dee Dee said.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? No, you know. But it's so much bullshit. I mean, look, Dee Dee used to tell me that she met Brad because isn't Brad Pitt's family from Aurora, Missouri,
From Springfield,
from Springfield area. Okay,
where
when they first
where they
moved
live back
there,
together, Habitat House.
she told me, Dee Dee used to tell me that she had met Brad Pitt's ex-girlfriend and that she would get a lot of Gypsy's clothes from the ex-girlfriend's daughter.
Hmm.
I mean, okay. I thought that was pretty cool. Because
Yeah.
look, even though Dee Dee and I went through our own 7 years, well, I went through my almost 7 years of hell with her. I mean, it was bad. A couple of months after Rod and I finally got married, she calls and she says, I don't want to argue anymore. I don't want to fight. Let's all get along. And I was like, oh, okay. And we never brought nothing up from the past, nothing. because I worked with Dee Dee for one at the hospital. Um, when she found out Rod and I were dating, she decided to, change her schedule, which was fine. But I had took up for Dee Dee more than one time when I was working at the hospital.
Hold, Christy, I wanna clear something real quick because a while ago you said Aurora had a heart murmur because you were talking about your dog.
Oh yeah, my dog, Aurora Grace.
Not the baby, not the
Not the
baby.
baby. I forget, y'all. I forget.
Somebody just asked in the chat, and I'm like, oh shit.
No, it's Aurora Grace, my dog. She's 10 years old. So sorry for the confusion. I tend to forget
I
that
can
we
see
have,
them flipping it now.
two Auroras here. I'm like, poor thing, like when Aurora Grace is going to do something bad, I'm going to be fussing Aurora Grace.
Which is
Poor
the dog.
baby Aurora is going to be like, but I'm not doing nothing, Lolly. What you telling me not to touch? Sure, we'll stop that, whatever, I mean, they're going to be so mixed up, poor thing. But I can't wait till Aurora Rain is a little bit older so I can take a good, picture of them together. But I used to tease Gypsy all the time. Like, oh, you naming her after Aurora Grace? She's like, no, Mom. Like to give her the gas. But my dog's beautiful.
She is gorgeous.
She's a little diva. But what was I talking about? See, I
Sorry,
lost
I
my train.
interrupted, but that popped up, and I wanted that cleared. Real
Yeah,
quick.
I'm glad we addressed that. Just like when I said I had Aurora in the vehicle, and it was my dog, and I was like, with Bree on Bree's live, I was like, Bree's like, wait, not the baby. I'm like, no, not the baby. They were still at the hospital at the time, But as for Dee Dee, I like to remember the good times with her. Me and Gypsy talk about the good times. Rarely talk about the bad. I don't bring nothing up
Oh, you
about.
were talking about Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt
Yeah,
was.
Brad. Sure, he's my hall pass. And my husband knows that, but that would never happen. But anyway, Dee Dee was very different from all of us. We all have our right mind frame. But like I said,
Would you say eccentric, Christy?
that's what you want to call it, yeah. She, God, thought so far out the box. You couldn't see the box. But
Can I ask you something, Christy?
yeah, go ahead.
Did we lose you?
In the 90s, whenever
You cutting out.
You cut out, Millennial.
my
Still cutting out.
Millennial, your sound's cutting out really bad.
I heard 90s and my. That was it.
Maybe try to come down and come back up.
I like that picture of her too. It's a good picture. Laura, I don't like your picture too much.
Sorry. I went to Walmart earlier today and I printed out a giant poster.
Oh no, you did not.
Oh yes, I did.
Why?
I don't know. I just thought it'd be funny.
Well, don't blame your nightmares on us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I said, well,
it's
just creeping me out.
I just did it for the meme. My bad. I might, if you want me to come out and
No.
change the picture, I
you're
can.
fine. She's
No,
good.
no, girl. It's all good. It's all good. We just like to get
1980. If you need it back, there's the link.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the jump scare, y'all.
Don't worry about it, girl. Seen worse. Literally.
So somebody asked, does Rod have a pass?
I'm sure he does. I mean, no, we don't have hall passes. I just say that just for shits and giggles.
We say the same thing. We say the same thing.
I mean, I say Rod's my Brad. So that's what I say.
Yeah, we've
But
been married long enough that none of that even phases us anymore.
no. I mean,
That
we've been together 32 years.
Welcome
30
back.
Sorry about that, y'all.
That's okay. Now we
Not
hear
a
you.
problem.
Did you hear any of my question at all, Christy?
All I heard was 90s and my. That was it.
Oh, okay. So what I was saying is, I'm a millennial. I grew up in the 90s and like Charmed and everything was a big deal. I loved Wicca and all into the paganism and witchcraft and stuff. And my friends, whenever Dee Dee and Gypsy first arrived, that knew them and lived close to them were always telling me, oh, you've got to meet Dee Dee. Even though she claims to be a Christian now, she tells everybody that's into this, or if she sees any kind of symbolism in your house, oh, yeah, I know all about that. I still do that a little bit. Did you experience or know anything about that?
Her interest in voodoo, witchery.
Yes.
Um,
Yes, ma'am.
yes and no. I mean, I remember Rod telling me that she had a tarantula. And I remember Bobby telling me that she used to dabble in it. But do I believe that stuff? No, I don't believe
Gotcha.
in it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I believe in other things. I believe in the,
But did
in the
Dee
higher
Dee believe
power. I
in?
believe in spirits, you know,
Did Dee
but
Dee believe in all of that? Do you think was that real?
yeah, Dee Dee Boat. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like in her mind, like regardless of what anyone else thinks, was that super real to Dee Dee, even though she got rebaptized and joined churches a lot, as far as you know?
No, I mean, after they left, I mean, the only things I knew were the things she would tell me,
Gotcha.
which was no voodoo stuff or anything like that.
Well, I wouldn't expect her to be confiding in you a lot because she told everybody she hated y'all and that y'all hated her locally.
Well,
So,
look,
and I don't believe that now. I know more about it, but yeah.
some of the neighbors, look, when we went clean out the house, and the reason we went clean out the house was because we don't want nobody to break in the home and steal stuff. We gave stuff to the neighbors. We gave stuff to 3 churches and a Goodwill. Rod distributed the wheelchairs, to the churches and stuff like that. Now, some of the neighbors came up to us and was like, well, Dee Dee told me that y'all were still married, but you left. And another neighbor said, well, Dee Dee told me that y'all were divorced. And my mind
Yeah, a
was
lot of
like
wild stories.
blown. Like, she even said they lost a son, and she was showing pictures of Dylan.
I never heard that.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I've heard that story. Yeah.
like I was pissed. I was mad. It's like, no, 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 no. But she had the Greene County Sheriff's Department came to the house after people were getting off of work. The lady across the street went outside on her front porch with her binoculars, looking at me, and I just waved. And the police came and they were like, well, we're getting calls and everything. And, y'all came, y'all did it the right way. We went through the proper channels, did the right, went right way to get into the house, which Rod had to climb through the window because the keys were in evidence. And
But
the
y'all had
cops,
permission from them to go into the home.
yes, the house was cleared. And as for, I'd heard this on, I don't know who had said it on, because I hear so much crap about Gypsy putting baby powder all over the house. No, because look, when we went in that house, it did not smell like there was a body in there. Now, when I went in her bedroom, I was like, I even told this to Gypsy. I said, Gypsy, so they must have sprayed something because they had this fine white film on everything. And she's like, no, that was baby powder that she put on her for the,
Big girl, and you put
right,
it
right,
underneath the
right,
this is folds of skin because you're
right.
way overweight, and it helps the sweat. I just lost
And the
105
dryer sheets
guys,
were
and so
for,
I know that from experience.
the dryer sheets were for, because I want to say, and I never asked uh, Gypsy about the dryer sheets, but maybe it was because she sweat a lot and she wanted her sheets to smell good. Because I remember Gypsy saying that sometimes she wouldn't take a bath for days. Dee Dee wouldn't take a bath for days. She would just sulk in her bed, and because she'd get mad or whatever. But it's like the more happier that Rod and I were, the more mad Dee Dee got. And look, the night that they got married, he wanted me to go to a wedding because Rod and I were best friends for 4 years. I refused to go. Wasn't gonna watch my best friend get married to somebody he didn't love for the right reasons. And the night he got married,
You mean for the wrong reasons?
yeah, my dyslexic brain's going all the time. They showed up at the bar I was at, and she went to the bathroom, and he's like, "Come outside and help me take off my cufflinks." I'm trying to help that boy take off his cufflinks, and he's trying to kiss me. I'm like, "Dude, you just got married." He was like, "So I don't love her." I'm like, "I know that, but she doesn't know that." Well, fight ended up breaking out in the parking lot not long after. He's talking to another ex-girlfriend of his, and Dee Dee's standing right on the side of me. And if looks could kill, that ex would have been dead.
So
And
basically, Rod was a dumb 17-year-old.
aren't they all?
Yeah, they think with one head, that's it, and it ain't the
Right.
one on the
And y'all,
shoulder.
he was drunk. He was drunk. And he wasn't trying to kiss her or nothing. They were just talking. And, but I look at Dee Dee, she's right on the side of me, and she's breathing, and her chest is just going boom, boom. And I looked at her and I said, "You need to calm down." I said, "They're just talking. She's not a threat." Because she wasn't. I said, "He's drunk. But if looks could kill, she'd have been dead." And, but he was a 17-year-old, trying to do what's right. Did he wish he could have loved her in that way? I'm sure he did at one point. He said she was a good wife. Like, iron his jeans. I don't iron up. Ron could iron better than me. I said he didn't love me for my cooking. That's for sure, because I don't like to cook. But I think if you'd have loved her the way he was supposed to, maybe things would have been different.
Well, and we're the same age, and so and in the South, we boys were taught at our age, if you get a girl pregnant, you marry her, and that's a bad mindset.
His mom still feels guilty for signing that paper
Because
because he was 17.
they got married for the wrong reasons. They
Yeah.
should not have gotten married.
Well, that's why Rod and I waited almost the month after we were married, made 7 years we were together. I didn't want to get married because I got pregnant. I wanted to have fun for my wedding. Dylan was about to turn 4. So, I mean, and my grandparents are old school Catholics, and I was like, nope, I'm not getting married because I'm pregnant. Because if it doesn't work out, I'm going to be the one crying, not y'all. So we waited. We waited till we were sure, and here we are today. But did he want to do right? Yes, he did. Because like you said, it's the South and it's the right thing to do. It's old school. But sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. She hated me. And I could understand why, you know, but she had told Gypsy I was the reason why they split up. No, I wasn't. I wasn't the reason. Rod and I didn't get together till months after. I was almost engaged to another guy. And one morning I woke up, I'm like, oh my God, I love Rod. Like, I didn't think I did, but I guess I did. And here we are today. You know, we've been through some shit. We've been through some stuff with her. But I mean, every time they fought, argued on the phone, well, no, every time her and I argued on the phone, she'd bring him to court. And he was like, for the love of God, Christy, stop arguing with her. You know, so I did. It's so like we could be on here till the sun comes up. I could tell y'all some stuff that they've never put in the shows. And I can't believe that this is my life sometimes. But it is what it is. I love my husband. I love Gypsy. I'm here to support, you know, my family. But wrong is wrong and right is right.
Lulu wants to know, how far along was Dee Dee when they got married?
Let's see. They got married December 27th. Because the night before Gypsy got out, me and Vicky were talking about it. I'm like, oh, it's Rod and Dee Dee's wedding anniversary. It would have been tonight, you know.
And then Gypsy was born in July.
Gypsy was born, July 7/27. So I think she was like 3 months, maybe. But she also rented a book on how to get pregnant from the library. They never consummated their marriage.
Oh, so they never had sex after that.
Nope.
Am I mistaken? I thought Gypsy said in her book that they did a couple of times.
No, they didn't. Look, Gypsy's book, Gypsy didn't even finish proofreading her book because she was so busy. Like the next printout's going to have all the corrections in it. But that's going off of what I think Dee Dee told her too.
She does say that some of this stuff comes from things her mom shared with her.
Yeah. I mean, y'all, I didn't even read the whole book yet. I've read up to chapter 4. I haven't read the whole thing yet, to be quite honest. And I guess it's probably because I did a lot of, her and I talked about it, and I did help the writers when they would call and say, okay, Gypsy told me this. Is it this? Is it this one? You know, no, it, you know, might be a little different, or she was right. You know, I mean, like in the book says Laura was a nurse. Laura wasn't a nurse. Laura was housekeeper. And she was like, oh, I thought she was a nurse. No, she was in housekeeping. She cleaned the rooms, and changed the beds, and all of that. She wasn't a nurse. So there's like, a couple of little things that, I'm writing them down, what I've caught, so far. And it's like two minor things, but the sex thing, I haven't even read that part yet. But Rod told us, no, they never did. Never did.
Well, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I
Right.
thought I remembered the book. Yeah, it doesn't make any difference. And
I know she had a police report filed in Greene County that said one of the reasons why she left Louisiana because she was in fear of her ex-husband. And I looked at the cops and said, that should have been my name. Because her and I would argue. all the time. And she had the same exact, it was three different size rings, wedding rings, different sizes. I guess as she put on weight, she got the same exact ring, different size. I don't know. That was kind of odd to me. But yeah, she told neighbors they were still together. They were divorced. I was like, oh my lord.
Kirsty, I don't know if you're comfortable answering this question, but I'll share it. Somebody's asked what your relationship is with Nicolette.
Nicolette and I always, I can't see the comments, so I have it because I don't know how to do it. But we talk, you know, send each other texts and all. But I've always was in touch with Nicolette. Always. But I like her dad that adopted her and my first cousin were best friends. So I've been knowing her dad, not her bio dad, because Rod's her bio dad, but her adopted dad all my life. All my life. And it was nothing we advertised. Like, oh, hi, my name's Christy, and, you know, I have 2 kids, and, you know, Rod has, you know, they knew about Gypsy, but they didn't, you know, our close friends knew about Nicolette. I'll put it to you like that. Our close circle of friends knew about Nicolette. And the reason why we didn't really talk about her was because out of respect for Nicolette, for Marty, for Jill, you know, just for the family. Um, that's just what we decided to do. You know, we didn't want it getting out, you know, especially when the murder happened. Um, we tried to protect Nicolette as much as we could. Still try to protect her, but one of Dee Dee's friends had went in I think it was on Facebook or something, and said, "Oh, started talking about Nicolette." So I let Jill and Nicolette know, and they went in the group and squashed whatever it was. But Rod struggled with signing his rights over. He did. Um, I didn't convince him. I didn't pressure him to, you know, as people say I did. All I told him was, he's the only dad she knows. And I guarantee you, when she hits 18, she's going to reach out and she's going to thank you for loving her enough to do that. And she did. When she hit 18, she did.
That's good. So,
Yeah. And
Amber, I'm sorry.
they have, you know, they're growing and developing their relationship. You know, I don't force anything. But I always keep her in the loop. I've always did. But y'all, she didn't know about Gypsy until the murder happened.
Wow.
And like I told her, I said, well, I can understand why. Because of the hell your mom went through.
So, there's been a lot of questions about Melissa Moore, and I haven't watched a lot of this, so
I haven't watched one damn thing.
But Amber says, Melissa Moore, what's up with her and her inconsistencies in the media, all types?
I don't know. I never watched anything. Y'all, I don't sit down. People, I think I sit down and I watch all stuff about me or about Gypsy, and I don't. Shit, half the time Gypsy would be in her room doing a live, and I didn't even know she was doing a live.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
Melissa
I
Moore's
mean,
the producer of the series, you know, not just social media.
right, and her and I are real
I
good
think it's
friends.
what
Her and I are really close. But what's her between? You know, like I don't go watch everything. I really don't.
So, my opinion on that, I think that Melissa has a specific job to do, and she's doing that how she sees to
I
do,
don't know. Yeah, but I don't even know
whether
what
it's right or wrong.
inconsistency they're talking about.
Right.
So
I haven't seen them either, so I don't know. I know there was a couple of them on, I don't remember what the talk show was.
look, Melissa probably knows a lot more stuff than I do when it comes to that night. Because I never sat down with Gypsy and said, okay, tell me from the morning, the morning y'all woke up till y'all were in the hotel. Never did. Never will.
I think some of it's been about the medical, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I may
I
be
couldn't
wrong.
tell you. Now, if I see something and I feel like I'm, going to reach out to, Brandy privately and say, oh, you know, this might be wrong or no, this is right, you know, that's what I'll do. But what I don't know, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't watched everything about Gypsy. Hell, I don't even know half of the interviews that she's done in the past because I'm not that type of person to ask her what you did, or when did this, when was this, when was that, you know. She wants me to know. She wants me to know. Or so a lot of times she's like, well, I thought you knew. I thought Melissa told you. Or I thought this one told you. I thought that one told you. I'm like, no, girl, that's okay. It's all good. You know, I don't, I don't ask her too many things about the past. Like to just go for the future. Let's move forward. And she needs to heal. She really does. Um, she is very strong-willed. She's grown up a lot. People may not see it, but she lives under my roof, and I see it. I see it a lot.
Okay.
But hell, sometimes I ask her for advice.
Amber says this. She said that basically Gypsy hadn't eaten until she got to prison or jail. Yeah, I don't know why
Well,
she said that either.
I think what she meant probably was, and I could be wrong, but the way I see it is like she couldn't eat everything she wanted to eat. Like there was only so much she could eat. Like I think she would sneak stuff. And like, look, let me tell y'all. One time, Dee Dee left Gypsy here for like 10 minutes. She was laid on the sofa. Mia wasn't even a year old. Y'all, Gypsy never moved a muscle. But Dylan was making some pizza rolls in the microwave, and she was like, "Can I have one?" And we were like, "No, girl, you can't eat that." And she was like, "Please, please, please." So we cut one up in a million pieces and gave it to her. And she's like, "I'm just gonna suck on it. I'm just gonna suck on it." And girl, she swallowed that whole freaking thing. And that was one of her favorite childhood memories, was her brother making the pizza roll. So I was like, okay, well, you don't tell your mom we let you. And she never did, tell Dee Dee. So I was like, I was wondering if, after everything, because Dee Dee told me Gypsy was paralyzed from mid thigh down. She told Rod, waist down. Me and Rod even argued about that one time, saying she told me this, and no, she said this. I'm saying, well, she told me this, but Dee Dee had a composition of everything that she would tell the doctors. What doctor she told this, what doctor she told that. Hell, she might even have one on what she told us. I don't know. But the thing is, Dee Dee was always 10 steps ahead. When you work in the medical field, like I did, like she did, you learn stuff. You do. You learn things along the way. And she learned some stuff. And she made it quite believing. First we thought Gypsy wasn't going to live past 14 or 12. Then it got to 14 or 15. And then it got to 18. And we were like, wow, she's just beating the odds. We have tried and tried and tried and tried. The last time we tried to go visit was in 2013. And that's when Rod threw his hands up in the air and said, I am tired of seeing Mia cry because she can't see her sister. And now we had made our whole vacation catered around to going to Missouri. The vacation before that was Disney. Gypsy got sick apparently, but Gypsy showed up went the week after. They went the week after we went. And Rod was like, well, Mia wants to stay with Dee Dee and Gypsy. I was like, that's fine, you know, but never happened. We called from Mia's phone, from my phone, Rod's phone, on Facebook Messenger, all of it. She didn't reply back to us till we got home in Louisiana. And she said, oh, we went in the hospital. She was with her team of doctors, you know, and I didn't have service. And I'm like, fine, when y'all going back home, we'll go, you know. She's like, oh, we're going to be in a conference in Kansas City, you know, with talking about Gypsy's, you know, medical history, her case. And I told this to Gypsy more than one time. I said, you know, in a way, I'm glad that we didn't go, because what would she have done to me? And Gypsy said, she wouldn't have done nothing to me. She loved me. I looked at Gypsy and said, well, she loved you too. And look what she did to you. You know, so that was a fear that I let my mind wander and was like, God, what would she have done to me? Because she was jealous. Because when I got pregnant for Dylan, she called me and told me, I hope it's a boy, because if not, Rod's going to leave you. I was like, he loves me. She tried to, it's a lot of mind games that I went through with her, a lot. I'm sorry if I'm rambling on. She just gets me wound up. I never thought this would be my life, but here I am, and I'm doing the best I can.
So, since people have been spinning that you bankrolled with Dawn Balker and people want to run with that,
I ain't bankrolling shit.
Toddy asked, what about the upcoming investigation? Is she worried about if Dawn Balker is going to tell on her? Was she involved?
What she's gonna tell on me for? I didn't make Dawn do anything. I have nothing to be scared of, because I didn't make anybody do anything. I didn't pay Dawn anything. I never told her I would pay her anything. They could check my records. I'm not scared.
Dawn's
Because
story hasn't changed from that. My story hasn't changed from that. Your story
mine
hasn't
hasn't.
changed from that.
I mean, and plus, why would I lie? If I would have told Dawn to do something, I would admit it. Plain and simple. But no, I never told Dawn what to tell Nick. Nothing in that fashion. Nothing. Why would I? I was dealing with my own crap, like I needed to worry about anybody else. And that's not my MO. It's not. I'm not made that way. Just not. So, I mean, if people choose to not believe me, then that's on them. But my story has never changed. Never paid Dawn. I never paid anybody.
I haven't received shit, and I asked for crawfish.
Right. Kendall's asking for freaking frog legs. But right, I was going frogging. You know, so, but no, I mean, I don't pay nobody to do shit. I don't tell nobody to go do nothing. Not a damn thing.
So I'm
I
going
don't
to
have time for that.
I'm going to go back just a little bit. When was the first time you had any conversation with Dawn Balker?
Dawn Boker? You say
Mhm.
Bowker, I say Boker.
I do say Balker. It's Boker, I guess. It's W.
I mean, I can't give you exact like timestamp, but it was not a couple of months probably before I think I exited. And I had talked to her like on the phone a couple of times, uh, heart
So
to heart conversations.
before she
Nothing about Nick. No, I
before
didn't know her before she joined.
before she joined by proxy, did you ever have any kind of conversation with Boker?
Nope. I didn't even know she existed.
I think that's what they're trying to find
Yeah,
is
no,
say that.
no, but
She joined
I,
in, I believe it was sometime in June of 2019. I joined in July of 2019, or it might have been May of 2019. I joined in July of 2019. I showed that the other day. When I joined, you guys had already fired Fancy.
right.
So her saying that the interrogation video is why things broke, that's not true. You guys had already fired her because we were
God,
given the
let me
interrogation
wait.
video.
I need to put my phone in charge, but let me say something right now when it comes to the interrogation video. Okay, the reason why. Wait, let me plug this in. The reason why they bring up the interrogation and saying that I was pissed off that she put out the interrogation. Her and well, Gypsy and April were already at each other's throats. Okay.
And Gypsy never threatened to kill Fancy.
Hell
She'd
no.
already been blasting that shit everywhere. That never
Now,
happened.
this is the crazy part. When April came here and her daughter had all the discs, which they made copies of, they, those copies were never separated. Now, on about 4 or 5 of them, it has Nick's interrogation. That's what it says on it. One of them is Gypsy's interrogation, which I didn't know that. I just skimmed over, like just put that one aside, seen it 100 times. You know, I mean, when I tell y'all like tens of thousands of texts, there were a lot. So I had her interrogation here the whole damn freaking time.
I never paid attention that you had it.
Never paid freaking attention until I think we were getting ready to do the confessions. And I had to make copies of all of that for Melissa. And I'm like, well, damn, here it is. How did we miss this? It just freaking threw me for a freaking loop that we missed it. So when she posted the interrogation from, I don't remember who she got it from. I think she said I don't remember if she said it was A&E or somebody that April got it from. I told her, I said, I don't care who posted. Like, I didn't care who posted it first. I didn't care if it was Tom, Dick, or Harry that would have posted it first. I just didn't want her to post it first for her and Gypsy to get into a bigger argument. That's what that was about. It wasn't about for us to see the
Kristen,
true Gypsy. It was to not have them go after each other again.
I'm just curious, Christy, since the interrogation was part of the documents that you had, the CD discs and stuff, did Fancy have those and not notice it whenever you gave her all the documents?
I'm assuming she did. She overlooked it just like I did.
She told me that we got that stuff from Michelle. What I don't remember what her name was. She had the
She had.
other gypsy group.
She's so full of shit.
Let's see.
Toddy
She
had
had
a
it.
question. Hold
She
on.
got
Where
it all
did
from
it
me.
go? Where did it go? Do.
I
Lisa,
could kick myself
we've
in the
been
half
getting to those questions. She's talking about stuff. Don't be a jerk. I'm not putting up with jerks. Wants me ask if you knew what Fancy was up to with Dawn.
No.
Christy
No,
wasn't in those groups. I did pull that up to see who was. Well, I wasn't even in the groups, but it was Amanda and Tori and Fancy.
I didn't have a clue. The only thing I knew was when she wanted Dawn to go move with her, and I told Dawn, "Don't do it. Don't do it. You're gonna be her slave. Don't do it." And she didn't.
Toddy just got into the chat, but Toddy, Christy told us some interesting stories earlier about Fancy coming around.
Which, with that, I just want to say, like, I am genuinely sorry for that. Like, that is, I'm just gonna say alleged, just just to say it. But allegedly, that is like kind of assault. So I'm really sorry that you went through that.
Me too.
So I just
I'm
Yes,
really sorry I went through that too.
yes. April was planning to have Dawn come move to Kentucky and live with her.
Yes. And I convinced Dawn not to.
Well, back then, social justice, it was their house. The daughter that has the house now was actually a minor. She had
Yeah.
two minors at that time, and one that was out of the house that was an adult, and that was a different house. It was one of the houses they were evicted from.
I think the oldest one wasn't even talking to her.
And they weren't.
Her.
No, they weren't.
They weren't. No. And her middle one, her middle child, had reached out to me when after I had, the stuff with Natasha, that I gave Natasha. And, she reached out to me and was like, "Can I ask you something?" I'm like, "Sure." She's like, "Can you please stop?" And I'm like, "Hold up. I didn't start this. Your mother did. And this has nothing to do with you. Sorry. I said what I said, you know, but this has nothing to do with you. Not a damn thing." And I mean, to this day, I don't know if it was actually her or April. But I was like, she says I called her during when her daughter was having surgery. All I sent was that I was praying for her, but she called me and tried to jump my ass the day Mia was getting her wisdom teeth pulled out. So I could say she did it to me too. But why? It doesn't, who cares?
There was just a lot of it's hard to explain to people just how bad the chaos was,
Oh, God.
because
You know
and
when you on the tilt a whirl and it's going so fast and you don't know what's up and down. That's how it was. Your head from your ass from your head. Like you just so discombobulated. That's how it was. Because
okay,
when you would try to figure out to stop this situation, then you would get slapped in the face with something else. It was like bam, bam, bam. It didn't stop. She was ruthless and she threw just everybody under the bus.
so that may answer the question that Lulu asked. Lulu says, "Did Christy pick up on any quirks or get a gut feeling that maybe something was off with April? What was the point when she knew April wasn't a good fit for them?" Or they were leaving and getting out of things pretty quickly.
Yeah. Like I said, I slowly exited. I was gradually exiting myself. And then when Gypsy was like, that's it. It's either her or me, Mom. I'm like, well, you made this way too easy. And I left.
So does Melissa Moore have more of the medical records than Fancy? Does she have the other stuff? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe she's got the
Melissa
stuff that
has
it,
probably a lot more than we all
or
do.
maybe the stuff that wasn't given to Fancy, maybe.
Probably so. I have all the stuff from Titania here.
Yeah, because Ty
That
had a
got
lot of
mailed
stuff that
here.
she did not give to Fancy. There was a
Yeah,
lot of stuff not given.
that was all mailed here to me. And what April needs to remember is that she had all the medical requests for the records from that Titania did was okay by me and Gypsy and by you, or because I was power of attorney too. And until Gypsy got out of jail. So, but nothing was done without Gypsy's consent. At the end of the day, it's what, Gypsy was up to her. And she had no problem with it. No problem. I'm the one that I bought binders. Put them, what years were what. And I finally got them back, you know, from her a couple of years ago. But besides that, I mean, we'll always have more than April has. We always will. Because she don't have everything, as she claims. Plain and simple.
Well, it's always been weird to me that she is making such concrete conclusions from Gypsy's medical records. And, I'm going to be just super blunt, that I'm not a fan. And my perspective is that if April makes all these concrete conclusions about Gypsy's medical records, saying that there was no medical abuse, and then more medical records come out because she doesn't have access to them all, then that makes Gypsy more of a victim.
How could
Oh,
this is what abuse is abuse. She got abused. She had stuff done to her that shouldn't have got done.
And I wasn't really trying to dispute that. I was more talking about April's conclusions on medical records that I'm positive she doesn't have a complete perspective of, because there's like I've said in videos, there's no place where you can just go and be like, I want all of my medical records from America for this person. You have to know every place Dee Dee actually took her to.
And one thing everybody forgets is she did different birth dates. She did different spellings of the names.
We had to put, because I don't know if Brandy remembers this, because Brandy was coming in when we were exiting. We had just sent out her correct birth year, and we weren't getting nothing back. So we had to put from 91 through 1995. And that's when we started getting records, because a lot of them was from 93 and 95. And I was like, oh, she's the same age as her brother. Dylan was born in 95. So when we caught on with that, I think it was in fact Titania that had suggested that we do that. And that's how we started getting records, because Dee Dee changed her birth year. She get younger and younger. Younger and younger.
Well, it was more of not having the correct information of her dates to request, as opposed. Or do you feel confident, Christy, that you guys know all the places to request records from to have a complete record of what Dee Dee did?
Yeah, because Gypsy remembers a lot of the places that she went to when she was out of the state. We knew everyone that here. One time I had to bring Mia to Children's Hospital for her stomach, and they were like, okay, does any of her siblings have anything? I'm like, well, her house sister is Gypsy Rose Blanche. I'm like, oh, she's one of our patients, don't worry, we'll look it up. So we got everything from here pretty much. There are one or two places that we had no luck, because after a certain amount of years, they discarded them, and that was before they was done all electronically. But there's look, Dee Dee killed off her dad Rod's dad, said,
In stories to people, not like actual.
yeah, right, in medical records.
Oh, in the medical records?
In the medical
Oh.
records. Yeah. And there was a lot of them that said, for special notes at the bottom, that Rod and Christy Blanchard were not allowed to visit Gypsy in the hospital. Lots. She said Dylan had mild retardation, which, no, he doesn't. I mean, a lot, a lot of lies. A lot. Like when I thought we heard it all, Mike would call us. And they're like, well, guess what was just, what we just found, the records we just found. And I'm like, holy shit. You know, it'll blow your mind. It'll turn all your hair gray, Millennium. I'll tell you that. Because the stuff that she said, and you could pull off your hairstyle. I love it. I was like, what? Did I just hear that? What? I would never, ever think to tell doctors the stuff she did. Never. I mean, she did it for a reason, so she could keep up the charade of things. But did we know that they did interviews with the news and all of this stuff? Oh, Dee Dee never told us none of that. Never. Never did. We didn't know half the shit. Which people think we did. People would think we were in on it. I'm not that type of person.
Well, I mean, from living in Aurora from 2006 to 2008, whenever Dee Dee and Gypsy were there before they got the Habitat House, the narrative that Dee Dee put out was basically absolutely no contact with y'all.
Look.
At that time.
No, we were in contact. We were. She let us know they were going to, moving to Aurora, Missouri. Then about the Habitat, we knew that.
Yeah.
But did we know they were doing, on the news for Habitat and, on the news for with Angel Flight, after the hurricane? We didn't know none of that.
Oh, y'all didn't know they were like public figures there? Because it was a big deal. Yeah. Like I'd never met them personally, even though a lot of my friends and family knew them and helped them a lot. And we're always saying, oh, you got to meet Dee Dee and Gypsy.
I watched that one that you did. Yeah.
Yeah. I had an odd feeling and I avoided it. And I felt very ashamed that maybe I was like, why am I feeling this way? Because
Dusty gut girl.
I have tons of disabled friends, why would I feel this way? But I just felt uncomfortable about them and I didn't personally meet them.
Right.
And
just like the video of her jumping, I'm in Aurora, Missouri, and I'm going to jump into the snow. Now, we all know that video was just for their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, you could clearly see Gypsy moving her legs.
Well, it was shared all over Facebook. I saw it at the time. Dee Dee put it out on Facebook, and I said to my friends, I was like, well, but she's moving her legs there. And they were like, well, yeah, she has muscular dystrophy. She's not completely paralyzed. But Dee Dee did say that at different times that she was completely paralyzed. So it was all very confusing. And I just learned to keep my mouth shut because everybody felt so sorry for them being Hurricane Katrina victims that any critical thought.
I was on a whole nother Facebook. I wasn't on that Facebook. She had made a new one and said she was getting rid of the old one to go on another one. So I did. And I unfriended the other one, and that's the one that they put the comment that Gypsy wrote,
Yeah.
5 days later, because I was like, I don't see it on the page. I don't see it. Well, it's because years ago, Dee Dee had said she was deleting that one because look, I knew Dee Dee's birthday was March 3rd. Every year I would post, our happy birthday, and she'd take it down. And I
Oh,
think the reason why she made another Facebook was so I could, she could move me away from, because people might have been wondering, like, well, I thought y'all didn't talk. And here's Christy every year telling you happy birthday. I don't know. I don't
yeah.
know. Look, I'm going to tell y'all this. When I was at Mike's office and we were looking at the autopsy report, the pictures, the autopsy pictures, and they show the organs, and they came across the one of her brain, and he passed on to it, and I said, no, go back. And he was like, why? I said, because I want to know what was going through her brain. Like, it spiked my curiosity, like, because we're normal. We
Like we
want our
wish we could
kids to
X-ray
strive
it
and get the
now.
hell out the house.
Like
Okay.
we X-ray it and it tell you what she was thinking.
Right, right. We all want our kids to grow up, move on their own, not keep them home. So her minds
So you had
was
to
wired
review.
different, and it
Yeah.
just
You had to review the autopsy pictures of Mike?
I've seen them more than once. I have them here. I'll never let Gypsy see them. She don't want to see them, and I told her, "Don't worry, you'll never see them." But the
Yeah.
first time I saw them, to be totally honest, I dehumanized her. I was so angry with her. So what? Seeing all the pictures didn't faze me. And every morning I'd wake up and I was angry. I was so angry. And I was like, she doesn't deserve my energy. So I prayed and prayed and prayed for God to take it away from me. And you don't work on your time, it's when it's time. And one morning I woke up and I didn't feel that. So the next time I saw the pictures, it kind of made me a little queasy, because I had saw her back as a human being. And I mean, I've seen them more than once. Just having to look at them, for other reasons. And I mean, they get sent to me, but I've seen them all, so it
Yeah.
really fazed me at one bit. It's not like I'm seeing them for the first time. So the people that try to send them or send them to me that think that it bothers me, you're wrong. You're wasting the energy to send them because I've seen them all, you know. But I don't wish that on Gypsy, you know, to see, because I mean, it was overkill. It was. And I don't think she even had a clue that it was overkill. It was never discussed, I don't think.
Well, I
I
appreciate
know
you
what I know.
answering the questions that you have, Christy.
I mean, look, I
You
have
answered
nothing to
petty
hide.
questions and deep questions.
Yeah, I have nothing to hide. Nothing. Nothing to lie about. Some things I may choose not to talk about because they are, it's Gypsy's story to tell. But the stuff that I went through personally, and the stuff I know that I can, talk about, I will. And like Brandy knows more than the average person, because Brandy has went through some shit and has been a part of this story. Hell, even Natasha knows a lot of stuff, but I don't wish this on anyone. I try to treat people the way I want to be treated. I will not go and talk mad shit about people like it gets done to me. I mean, I may be a little salty in some areas, but I don't go as low as them. I'm better than that. I think I am anyway, and if whoever doesn't like it, oh well. But I do have feelings. I do have a heart. I forgive people before they even ask for forgiveness. I give somebody 1,000 chances, but I lived and learned. Um, my circle is so small that probably when I turn around, I'd hit everybody with my shoulder because that's how small it is. Uh, and I just, I'm not this heartless person and paying people like people say that I am. Wasn't born that way.
If you don't mind me asking, someone in the chat asked if you have any concerns about April Johns going forward.
No, no, I really don't. I mean, how many times we've heard this song and dance?
Yeah.
Brandy?
She has cycles.
It's yeah. It literally is like every 6 months. Seriously. Thank you, JoJo.
You know, like I said to Bree a few months ago, if she would take all of this hostility, all this anger, all this hate towards us and put it towards something good, she would be great. But she is so laser focused. Well, of course I'm the blame for everything. I'm the blame, I guess, if she farts in the fucking wind and it hits her in the face. I don't freaking know why, but I'm the blame. And like I said, she gives me too much fucking credit. I don't send nobody after anybody. She said I got her Facebook shut down, the Goodwives Network thing. If I would have had that much power, I would have done it years ago.
Long time ago. Why wait till now? That was
Right.
stupid. Hell, Sarah Jane Anderson said she did it. Dawn said
Right.
she did it. There's been like 4 people say they did it.
Well,
Like,
Sarah Jane Anderson told me she did it because she felt threatened by April. I didn't tell her that, like, I didn't know that it got shut down till after the fact because I got a bunch of freaking text messages the next morning. But she does it to herself. That's what I gotta say. I don't do it. She does it to herself. But she has to blame somebody, so it's me. And I know better, so it doesn't even bother me.
yes, she
Well, she
lost
finds a
her
lot of-
Facebook page last year. What was it about? July, I guess.
Yeah, might be going on a year.
She finds a lot of
It's
people to blame.
no, she blames everybody but the person that she's supposed to blame, which is herself.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
look
I
in the
mean,
mirror might do her some good.
girl, look in the mirror. She probably don't like to look in the mirror because of this. I mean, how could she? How could you go like? I love the one when she's drying her hair and she's like, "Oh, I got baptized today," and da da da, and then she starts talking shit. Make that make sense?
I don't think I've seen that one.
Here is a really good question, and I'm not asking questions about Gypsy and the baby, guys. That's the baby is off limits here, period. But Lulu says, what advice would you give other parents who have high profile adult children?
Don't read everything. You know the truth. If somebody's going to put you out there and lie, if your family knows the truth, your good friends know your truth, your circle knows the truth, don't worry about what everybody says because that'd be the case for me. I would be arguing with everybody. It's not worth it. Just stay in your lane. They're going to have to answer to a higher power one day. Not you about it.
Hey, Rogie.
Just keep on going. Stay strong. You need to reach out. I'm here. I had to learn the hard way because I went head to head with a lot of them
Yeah,
at the
and that's
beginning.
where a lot of the contention happens because she was in the Facebook groups and she thought she had to defend everything and
Right.
argue everything and
I
defend
did.
everything. And
I'm a mom. You gonna try to protect your family.
they
And
didn't ask for this situation,
no,
and you just try to have to do the best that you can. I mean, there's not a a written handbook on how to deal with this.
If
don't
this
come with
is
a handbook,
too
that's for sure.
If this is too personal of a question, Christy, it's no problem if you don't want to answer it, but it seems sometimes like Gypsy really, really values people going to bat for her on social media. And I wondered if that feels like a pressure. But like I said, if that's a way too personal, intimate question, no worries.
At the end of the day, Gypsy's gonna do what she wants to do.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I don't know half the time she does something until after she does it
Mhm.
because I'm not in a press.
But do you
It's like
pressure to be?
with any of my kids, I'm like, I don't ask them what they're doing 24/7. But if she feels like it could be put out there, whatever it is, it doesn't matter if she's saying the sky is blue, the sky is gray, whatever it is, and she feels that she needs a voice because she can't do it, then that's her. But she's like me. A lot of times she doesn't even like know what's going on. I mean, she had removed the TikTok app from her freaking phone. I think it's finally back up. So, she let me know yesterday. I think it was. She's like, "Oh, the app's back on in iTunes." So she got it back on, and but she's been out the loop for a while. But as per se, her having people do her dirty work, I don't think she has people doing her work. Just like I don't have people doing my work. Now, if she says somebody asks her a question and they like, "Can I say it?" And she's like, "Yeah, go ahead." Then yeah, you know,
And I honestly didn't really mean like dirty work per
right.
se, not
I
like
know what you
that.
meant. I'm
I
just
meant
saying.
more
I just want to cover
like
all
fight for
bases.
me, defend. Yeah.
I just
But
rather
thank you for answering. I
cover
appreciate
everything.
it.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
so here's a question, and this is kind of deep. Looking back, what's the one thing that Christy feels like was the best move they've made as a family and the worst? Social media is
girl,
going to be the worst. I'm going to say that that's
girl, that and April's my worst. That and April's my worst. I could kick my own ass every day for inviting her into our life. Um, Best thing is finally, after many years, learning just to say, fuck it. I can't, I cannot make anybody see me in a different light, or um, they're going to think what they want. I'm not here to change anybody's mind at all. I don't have a hidden agenda. I am who I am. If, like I said, if you know me, you know who I am as a person, as a human being. I'll give, I'll go the extra mile to help people. But yeah, so I'd say that. I learned a lot. I learned not everyone's your friend when it comes to this. And I'm not talking recently, um, but not everyone is your friend. So just being smarter and watching what I tell people, I guess. Not being so open so quickly to a one-on-one. Like everybody knows this stuff that I'm already saying about me. Randy couldn't have said half the shit I said if I wasn't here.
I've asked a lot of these questions, so
But I am who I am.
You Bubbles.
But the best thing is I learned a lot. And I'm thankful for the people that go out of their way when I don't ask them to defend us. You know, I mean, there's many of them out there, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. We appreciate it. Um, for the ones that are going through something like this, it sucks to be in this club, but you deal with it and you find your people and don't let them go.
I have a question. What was one thing Chris Watts, because I know you and I've talked about you talking with Chris Watts' sister. Has she
Mhm.
given you any kind of insightful advice on how to navigate this?
Actually, I've given her advice.
Oh,
She doesn't watch anything. She doesn't look at anything. Anything. She doesn't. And that's something I probably should have done, was not look at anything. Sometimes, like, she would text me and say, okay, this was just put out. Can you watch it and let me know? Because she will not watch anything. And I told her one time, like, girl,
because she got a
like,
lot
she
of
ain't
hate for
threw
what
you
her
under
brother.
the bus.
Yeah,
Like,
she
she
got a
did.
lot of hate for what her
She
brother did.
did. She did. And I think if one day she might, tell her story.
Thank you,
It's
Randall.
an interesting.
Another member. You guys are rocking it
It's a
tonight.
very interesting story. Um, I feel for her. I really do. Like I said, this is a club no one wants to be in. We are hated because of what our family chose to do. Um, we get ridiculed for what our family chose to do. And I know Gypsy's not mine, but she's mine. And when they say you love your kids no matter what, whew, that's a test. But you do. You love your kids no matter what.
Oh, thank you, Randall. That was super sweet. If you got that membership from them, make sure to thank them.
And I'll never, ever turn my back on Gypsy or any of my kids.
So Rebrand says, I said this the very first time I met you in a chat, Christy. I feel for you. Whoops, it disappeared. I feel for you, and I think you are a fierce mama bear protecting your family as best as you can. But Gypsy's got a sweetheart deal that shouldn't have.
Gypsy has a what?
A sweetheart deal. People are very upset with the deal that Gypsy got, and they don't feel that it
Well,
was.
look, let me tell y'all about that. Mike was in the elevator with Dan one day, and Mike just threw out, what about 10 years? And Dan said, okay. Now, this was even before they read about the abuse. They did the case like a, a wife got upset at 1,000 times. Wife battered syndrome, whatever they call it, uh, where the husband beats the wife and she offs the husband or what. Everybody needs to watch, every man needs to watch The Burning Bed.
Oh, that was in the
It's
80s.
the
Yeah.
wife battered syndrome. It's the wife
Yeah.
battered. That's how they took her. That's how they did her case. Except instead of the wife was child. Um, we got to remember too. Nick got offered twice.
I wish he would have taken a deal.
Yeah, I mean, he
I do
interested
think
his
his lawyer
dad.
should have tried to get him a better deal,
Harry
but
was a piece of shit, and I've said that from the beginning. He got a shitty lawyer. It was a shitty lawyer he had. I mean, I watched the trial, and I'm like, oh my god. It's like Perry needed to go. he wasn't a good lawyer. I don't know. I
And
couldn't
you
get
agree
a
that
turtle.
hurt Nick in any of his stuff.
Yes,
Christy
yes,
and Christy and I have talked about this, and so I'm going to say this now, and she can confirm. She's all about Nick getting a better trial
always.
and better help. She's never been against that, and so this narrative that Fancy puts out there that they railroaded him and they did this to him, it's not. And
It was
you
her.
just heard her say that his attorney was a jerk and horrible. So
It was her. She's the one that talked shit about Nick. I never said any. I even sent Nick money because Nick's dad gave money to Gypsy in Wisconsin. I sent. Bobby said he sent Gypsy $20. I sent Nick $20, and he
Well,
emailed me
I
back, and it
don't.
wasn't a nice email, but it is what it is. You
what
know,
was that,
it is
Millennial?
what it is. I think I need to send that
I
to
was
you,
just
Brian.
gonna say, whenever I first heard the story, I'm not gonna pretend I didn't suspect that, like, and wonder if you didn't bankroll Don Booker as I was hearing. But I also know that there is absolutely no way that Fancy ever paid anyone for anything, and
No,
that,
he was stealing her internet from the neighbors back then. I don't know
yeah,
how he was paying
I didn't
anybody.
even know that. I did not even.
that's
I
the
didn't know her
main.
real
And it's
name
like
till
if
after I left.
anyone, it's like if anyone got paid from Fancy, the money definitely came from someone else. Is where the suspicion comes from.
She didn't pay nobody, and I don't
Yeah.
pay nobody. I didn't pay nobody for shit. I
Boss,
mean,
I don't know that I agree with that. I have communicated with Nick, and he doesn't write or talk like a fourth grader. So I don't believe that. Do
no,
I think
Nick is very intelligent.
he's got challenges? Absolutely. And I think his lawyer should have fought better for a better deal and explaining that to him.
Well, the
Um,
thing is, when
Gypsy
he did
spoke
that
very.
long interview, when his last words was, "I'd do it all over again if I had to," he went against his lawyer's. His lawyer
advice.
told him no. Yeah, don't do any interviews. He did it with Sophie Cunningham. She's the one that did the documentary with the Petrie family.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, that Rod was in it. I wasn't in it. I was. It was nice to just watch for a change. It was really nice to watch for a change. But like, I don't even like to say anything bad about the Petries. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. This is their niece. That's their sister. You know, it's I could get it when they mad and you hate Dee Dee for what she done or you hate Gypsy for what she did, and that's a position I wouldn't want to be put in
I think,
at
and I
all.
said this, I think it was Millennial I was talking to the other day. These were two kids that were toxic in their own way. And when you put them together, it was just a very dangerous combination.
Yeah, I mean, but the only and I told this to
Could have been
Gypsy,
somebody else. It
the
might not have been
only
Millennial. It might have been
documentary that
somebody this week, but
they don't bitch about is the one they did. They complain about all the others, but the one that they did is the only one they don't complain about. I think I told that to Brandy too on the phone. Um, Other than that, I don't run into them. I mean, I've seen Darla twice since. Well, three times
oh,
actually.
so she's not sitting in the garage with you drinking? Fancy said that the other day that
Ooh,
She
Darla.
said you were hot boxing and wine boxing
fuck
yourself
out.
in the garage.
I don't even drink, Carly. Y'all, half a glass of wine. I don't even drink the whole thing. I'm not a drinker.
Yeah, she just
Everybody,
said that.
like,
Was it last week? I think. Yeah.
I don't know. KJ says I'm always drunk. Oh yeah?
Well, since
That's
she's
news to
always
me.
got a glass of wine in her hand.
Oh, Lord. Nope. Not a big drinker. I mean, I was back in the day in high school, but no.
Lulu, there were emails. Fancy had them up on Patreon and she removed them. But there are emails with Nick and girlfriends before any of this that was dark. And there was a girl that dated him that emailed Gypsy when her and Nick were together before the murder, trying to warn her about his bad side. So
Is that
there
the
is
one I sent you the name of the other day?
yes, there is
She
some
wrote,
history out there.
she
Uh,
knew about the murders. She
Nick
knew.
Nick was failed, guys. Nick was failed by so many people, and in a time when, I mean, I don't think the resources were there to show his family how to help him. And so I'm not blaming them. Don't come at me thinking I'm blaming them.
Right.
I don't think they understood, and I don't think there were enough resources to help them.
See, this is what I drink every day, almost every day. This is my wine, then this is my wine. Tastes like peaches. It's all natural. Energy drink.
But
And it's
I hate to cut
10:30. I'm
this
still
off,
sipping
guys.
it.
We've been having a great
Yeah.
conversation, but my dogs are in there dancing in their kennels, needing to go potty.
Yeah. It's almost 10:30 here. But thank y'all for listening. If I rambled on, I'm
For
sorry.
coming up, did you two have any last questions?
No, I don't. Thank you, Christy, for answering all my questions, the petty ones, the evasive ones, whatever. Like you had answered them all. Appreciate it.
We even got a
Anytime.
little petty dirt out there. I couldn't resist. I shouldn't have done that. I am sorry, and I am
Yeah,
apologizing.
Brandy. Yeah, you're
I
sorry.
was no, I
Okay.
really shouldn't have, but it's okay.
Well, we need a comical
She makes
relief, I
me have
guess.
petty moments because she pulls that out of me.
How
Kendall
about
would
you,
kick your
Laura?
ass. I think Laura might be sleeping or something. I don't know.
Laura, did you go to sleep on us?
We put her to sleep.
She's on mute. Oh, there she goes.
I don't have any last questions, but I just wanted to thank Brandy for having me on, and it's nice meeting you, Christy.
Nice meeting you too.
Thank
then-
you, Laura, for coming up.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, thank you, Brandy, for doing this.
It was great, ladies. I loved having y'all up here.
I wasn't expecting to come up.
I
got a
wasn't
long hair
either. I
mask.
didn't think this was going to go this way, and it went this way.
Yeah,
Life
that
is
was
unpredictable.
unexpected. Nice to meet you,
Well, you
Christy.
know, nice to meet you too.
She's
And
not the big evil person that Fancy has told everybody that she is.
I'm harmless. I really am.
I'm not scared of you.
I mean, I'm harmless until I have
So
to
you have
be
to defend your
ruthless.
children's
Yeah,
because
but
we're mamas. That's what we do.
if people think I go on a rant and rave every day on social media, no. Like Brandy and Kendall said, I never know. I'm always
She's an
last to know.
ostrich. She's an ostrich. She's got her head in the fucking sand.
Christy's BFF in here. Sure too.
We
Like
woke her up. We woke her up
saying
this
this. I'm like,
morning. We did wake
I
her
don't
up
even
this
know.
morning to come and join us over on Breeze with Fancy up there and me and Natasha. That was fun.
Girl.
can
Lordy
imagine.
bee.
I'm hoping they take clips of that and put it back on TikTok.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure it will.
Yeah, Amber
Let's
says,
see.
ask Laura about this mama bear. Us mama's bear. Look, my kids are in their 30s and they know this. They don't tell me much because they know this mama still will tear some shit up over my children.
Yeah.
But thank you
But
guys and
What I
everybody.
don't know
being
doesn't
here,
hurt me.
right?
And like I said, I know the truth. Nothing I've said tonight is a lie. I've never paid anybody. I've never done anybody do my dirty work. If whatever she says, just think opposite. That's all I can tell you. Because that's not who I am.
Well, thank you.
But y'all have a good night. And sorry I kind of took over.
No, you're fine.
Brandy.
You don't ever come do this often, so I wanted you to have the chance to speak. As
Yeah.
long as you're comfortable with what was happening, I was.
Well, this is my first time. Like I didn't know how to get in that box.
This is my second live, so
Like I plan on doing a TikTok live one of these days. I just don't know when yet. And I'll answer, people could submit questions and what I choose to answer is what I'm gonna see fit.
that's
Y'all make
great.
sure to hop
I
over.
think it's time for people to
on your way
know kind of who I am in a way. I mean, even though you watch, I don't if you do, if you don't, I don't know. But if y'all watch the show, I mean that I'm not fake. That's how I am on screen. That's how I am off screen.
If y'all see her talking now, it's pretty identical to what she's doing on the show.
Right. I always get fussed for talking over people, but I do that so I don't forget.
Well, there's always a lag too, so it's kind of hard. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have an internet
I-
lag and I interrupt people accidentally.
yes,
Look,
because it's
I
just
was
ignorance.
2 years old, and my family members would tell me, "We will give you 50 cents if you could be quiet 5 minutes." I never got the money. Okay, never got. But
I tell every time it comes up that I'm a paid minion of Christie's, I always text her and say I still haven't got my check.
yeah, she does. And I'm like, "Don't hold your breath." But yeah, if y'all want to help squash that rumor, that's up to y'all. I mean, at least y'all know that it's not true. I mean, but if y'all want to, I guess I am telling y'all what to do. But if y'all want to correct that, if y'all just want to say no,
Thank
that's
you,
not what I
Dottie.
heard, then go ahead. If not, that's fine with me. They're gonna believe what they want.
That's why I don't
Well, I
go in and
appreciate
argue a lot of
this.
things because the more I argue it, the more they think I'm guilty. So it's like whatever. I'll show the screenshots, I'll show the receipts, and that's
Exactly.
what I've been doing. I come back on like I did earlier, showing the sheets where
Yeah.
Sarah said something. Oh, here's what was said. And
Well, one person said, yeah. One person said on TikTok, "Why you only come and defend yourself on the shit that's not true?" I'm like, because this is so fucking stupid. Like, it's so stupid. I had to, some is just, you know, enough's enough sometimes. Jeez.
but
And I got a
all right,
wild hair in my ass.
I am going to go ahead and shut us down.
Yeah,
And
me too.
y'all have a good night. Enjoy your Sunday. I'm going to go get me some crawfish tomorrow. We've got some pretty sunny weather before this nasty cold front comes back. We've been in the 80s and it's going to be like in the 20s. I'm not happy right now. I'm like
I know
going to
I'm in shorts.
and throwing a fit. And so y'all can hear me whine and complain about it. I know you northerners that have snow and cold weather. We don't. We've had the 80s. I'm
Yeah.
not happy. But
If it gets that cold, I want
Yeah,
to
I was
see.
standing out in the snow earlier.
yeah, I've been in
Oh,
shorts.
lucky.
I've been
Hang
in
on.
shorts.
I'm in shorts too.
I mean, it's been
All
in the
right,
80s.
guys.
It's
Good night.
ridiculous.
God bless.
Y'all
Have
have
a
a
good
good
night.
one. Thank you,
Thanks for
ladies.
that, everyone.
Thanks for having us on.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you, Brandy.
Thanks, Brandy.